Hello, everyone. Welcome to Friday Night Sprints. I have Leandra here. And look, I have my Clue shirt. If anyone was following along on Sprint, basically what happened is my package just got stuck at the border. This was back a month ago. Then it just seemed like it would never get here. The company said that basically, like, it probably wouldn't arrive. So my options were either to have it reshipped in like weeks after the readathon was done, may get a different color, and then hey Nell, I'm just telling my shirt story. And then or I get a refund. So I was like, okay, I'll just take a refund, and the next Clue readathon, I don't know if I'll be on the same team, so I'll order a shirt. But it came, so I have it here now.
She's gonna wear it every day.
No. Oh yeah, we have 6 days left. Every day I'm on sprints, I'll be wearing it. I'll like washing it and then wearing it just to confirm.
Just to make sure people know.
And then what I am reading is I'm reading Consider Me by Becca Mack. The font is, hold on, so tiny.
Oh wow.
It is, hold on. I don't know if you can like even accurately see. So I feel like instead of 445 pages, it's realistically more like 600 and something. So it's good. I'm loving it. Thank God.
Is that the first book in the series?
Yeah. So there's 3 books in the series, and it's okay. I had to think about my prompt for a second just to not spoil it. Basically, it's a hockey romance. So this is room 8 book. So no, room 7 book. I'm not on 8 yet. That came out today. And it's a hockey romance, and it's good so far.
I've heard good things
about
about
this author before.
Yeah. Sorry.
So I've heard good things about it.
No, I heard what you said. I didn't hear what Leandra said.
Oh, I said, what did I ask? Oh, is it the first time? If it's the first time you've been with this author, you read that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I was hearing a lot about it as well, so I ended up picking up. Yeah, this is the first book. I've never actually heard of this author, but I saw such good reviews that I bought the whole series in one shot, which I do a lot. Like, I'll just buy the whole series.
Yeah, in for the long haul.
Yeah.
I am continuing to read The Penguin Pool Murder by Stuart Palmer. This one I just started on Bree Sprints, and I'm 2 chapters in, and I'm just finding it really funny. Like, I'm really liking it. Like, the fact that there's already 2 people dead is, for whatever reason, very charming and fun to me. I'm like, ooh, you're already giving me murder? How kind of you. So I'm finding it very fun, and yeah, I'll have to let you all know if it's worth a purchase or a read.
Nice. Very nice. I think so. I finished the bonus book that I was reading earlier in Breeze Sprint. I finished that. That's why I was late coming here, because I was finishing it up. But I think I'm going to start on another bonus book called Money by Jacob. What is his last name? Goldstein? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's what I'm going to be reading during these.
Are you listening on audio or reading it physically? Audio. Nice.
And what room are you in?
I'm in room 8.
Okay, me too.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, so you already read book prompt room 8 and now you're on bonus?
No. I haven't even started my book 8, my room 8. I'm just reading bonus books.
You're racking up the bonuses.
Yeah.
I know, because when I said that, I was like, okay, so you're on a second bonus book, and I'm like, when did this prompt drop?
Room 7 here.
No, I have not started the book for room 8. I know what I'm going to read for room 8. I just haven't started it yet, because these bonus books are shorter, so I can like knock them out faster and then just log them once I actually finish my room 8 book.
Yeah.
See, I'm on room 7. I'm only 130 pages in out of 445. So I don't have, with this font, this small, I don't have hope of finishing. But if I do, I'm going to start this on Kindle, Christmas in Coconut Creek.
Ooh.
It's apparently very spicy and like very good. So yeah, apparently it's really good.
And perfect for like winter weather, going to like a tropical place in your, in your book.
It's like, it's completely different than the typical Christmas like romance, apparently. So I'm really interested, because I kind of get sick of the typical romances around Christmas.
Is it set during Christmas? Is that what it is?
It is, but I believe they go on vacation for Christmas.
Right. Okay.
So it is around the Christmas time, but it's kind of giving like Christmas with the Cranks vibes. Like they're trying to like take off for the holidays rather than stay in, from what I saw. So yeah.
Cool.
Can't make it. No problem. That's totally fine. Hello, Lexi. Hello, Thomas. Hey, Rainy. In the middle of cleaning, so I might try to pop on camera in a bit. Listening to Love Theoretically and 81% in. Should hopefully finish tonight so I can start yours truly.
Yay.
Nice. Hello. 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 Don't remind me of all the cleaning that I have to do and neglecting to sit here and read. Don't worry, we will not bring it up and we will not force you to clean here. Thank you. Hello. Just got back from celebrating my cousin's birthday. I'm reading The Serpent and the Wings of Night for room 8. A lot of people are reading this month because I guess it's a host favorite. I read it this month and I loved it. It was a 5-star.
I think it's also, so it's Rainy's host favorite, and it's her most read among her host favorites, which I think is very cool.
Okay, I guessed on that question and I guessed right then. I thought so.
Yeah. I was like, I feel like I keep hearing this one, so I guessed it too.
Yeah. Hello, nearly finished with 11/22/63, and then I'll move on to my room 8 book. Nice. I kind of forget. I don't know if you two do the same. I kind of forget what number we're on now. I'm like, I'm on room 7. Yeah, 7.
Oh my gosh, I know. Even though we are so close to the end, it shouldn't be that hard to remember. And I'm just like, I don't know. Am I in room 6?
I know.
Whatever it is.
We have what, like one room left, right?
Yes.
I can't even think of like what room have I not been in yet. Like it should be obvious like what the next room is, but I literally like I would have to go.
I'd have to go back, yeah, and look at the board.
What did we do already?
Yeah, and also there's been one prompt that I think exists, but I'm not sure if it exists because we haven't had it yet. But because I think it exists and we haven't had it yet, I'm thinking it must be my last room. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah.
So like I think
I feel like the room you're
I'm
talking about is the room that I'm in right now.
Maybe.
I know greens because Meredith said something in the group chat, and I was like, "Oh, I had that one as one of mine already," so I can kind of click it together.
Yeah, because there's some that are way more like, as we've realized, there's some that are way more obvious than others. Where it's like, yeah, of course, no one would guess that.
Like, oh yeah, like mine next one. Like you might be able to click it together if you like thought about it, but just by looking at it, you wouldn't really be able to.
Yeah.
25% into a bonus book, The Wisteria Society, for Lady Scoundrels, fun, comedic, and really want to continue because I just picked it up, but have to switch to Daughter of the Moon Goddess for roommate. Yeah, that's what sucks about reading a bonus book. You sometimes have to just like stop, or if you're almost done, I would probably just finish it, to be honest, and then log it after that. Hey Jean, at 58% of Serpent and Wings of Night. Okay, yeah, everyone's reading this. Still in room 6. That's totally fine. A lot of people are catching up. I'm probably going to be in room 7 until, I don't know, honestly. I'm reading this so slow with the font because I find like my eyes are hurting because I stare at a computer all day. Like, so like my eyes already hurt. So like the small font is like hurting my eyes. So that's my one complaint about this book. It'll probably be a 5-star, but I'm gonna write that in my review. Like make the font bigger if you redo this book. Oh, so Jean read a major portion last night and fell asleep during it, so I'm rereading it. Yeah, I don't know if I'm thinking 58%. Yeah. Stuff starts happening around that time. Rainy has a special edition of Christmas at the Coconut Creek coming to me from probably Smut Club. Nice. I didn't even realize if it was a popular book or not. I kind of just looked up books that may fit the prompt, like try to find something, and then I found that. So I didn't even know if it was a popular book or not.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that Christmas was in the title name, and I was like, "Is it during Christmas?"
Oh,
all I heard was like Coconut Creek, and then you're like, "Oh, like yeah," and I was like, "Oh, okay."
I didn't even think anything of it. I was like, "Yeah," but it's I get because like this picture is not Christmas related whatsoever. Yeah, that's funny. Hello. Reading the mystery thriller Blood Sisters by Vanessa Lilly. Nice. I have no idea how to end the battle, I have no idea how the end of battle ended, and I'm like, I should probably find out. Oh, yeah, you're going back. I have about 2 hours left in my audiobook, counting it at 2 times speed. Nice. Leandra, your hair looks different. Your hair is usually curly. I love it. Everyone's complimenting your hair. That happened the other day too.
I know, and it was because I had actually so the thing is last time I was complimented because it was a bit more like voluminous and curly because I just washed it. This is because I haven't washed it in a certain number of days, which I will not disclose, but that's why it's straight.
So it just always looks good no matter what. If you wash it, if you don't wash it, it just looks
That's
good.
the secret. It's like wash it, don't wash it. Apparently you get compliments either way. So thanks, Glenda.
Hello, Brittany. Reading Legendborn. Ooh, I'm interested to see if you like it. I'm only 50 pages in, and I'm waiting for the moment that I understand what's happening in this magic. Yeah. Hey, Brooklyn. What are you reading or doing? I had never heard of it until I saw that it was a book club book for next month, but I'm here for it. So maybe it just came out if we haven't heard of it or seen it before. I feel like maybe it's their new release. I don't know. Reading Battle of the Songbirds and Snakes. Is this the Hunger Games?
Yeah.
Or the one that
I think it's the prequel.
like a movie came out? Is that the same? Okay.
Yeah.
That's why everyone's reading it, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Leandra Trisha Levenseller has a pirate duology and a companion novel was published last month. You mentioned that you looked for piratey books. Oh yeah, you were mentioning that you wanted some.
I'm in the mood for like pirate settings and pirates and everything. So yes, I will totally be looking into this. Thanks, Ro. I'm gonna look it up.
57% through, nice. Submitted book for room 8 and now going for a bonus book. Okay, people are really making me look bad here. I'm gonna have to catch up. Reading another cute Christmas novella. I need to catch up so bad today. Okay, Brooklyn and I are on the same boat. Leandra,
I think it depends on how big the books are.
8 or room 7?
I'm in room 8, but I do want to be transparent and being like, this is a tiny book. What I've learned from myself, because I don't tend to read chunky books very often, that it actually works better for me and maybe for my team if it's okay for me to pick up smaller books, so I tend to do, but then I'll like submit like a book or two as bonuses, and then it's as if the points come together. And so I have 2 books that are ongoing right now that will end up being bonus books, so I don't feel badly about this being like 250 pages. So I think there's a strategy depending on the type of reader you are. Because
I for sure. I would have honestly, no small book hit my prompts. I just didn't have any that hit. Otherwise, I would have done small ones. Like I started off with a 600-page book. Like that was the only one that I could find, unless I read on Kindle. But I'm kind of trying to like hit my physical TBR if I could at the same time. Now I don't even care at this point. I'm just like, whatever book I find, I'm just
I find that being like a hindrance for a lot of people, like especially on my team. A lot of my team is like trying to read books off of their like physical TBR, which is great. Like that's wonderful.
Yeah, if you could.
But I think that it's difficult to do that unless you have like a library in your house. If you have like over 200 books like in your house and of different genres as well, then like okay, that'll work. But if not, it's hard to like find books that are going to hit these prompts if you only read certain genres or if you only have a certain number of books like physically in your home. You have to kind of like step outside of that if you want to like be able to easily find books that are going to match these prompts. So I've been doing a lot of stuff off of Libby.
Oh yes, yeah, and I'm trying to think like there was one prompt that I've had which did feel as though you had to be in a certain like a genre reader, a certain type of genre reader that I'm not really like as far as like what I might
know which one, but obviously you can't discuss till after.
Yeah, and I was like, this is really hard. So I had to rely on Libby because I was like, I literally don't own anything that would fit this prompt. So that was hard. And there's another one where I guess it's kind of the luck of what you own, where I don't know if you two have had this, but you literally had to do research. You had to research to know if this if this prompt actually worked or not.
I think we all might have gotten that one because there was one and I had to go on my Goodreads and sort in a certain way and then find
Yeah, and so like that one's dependent too on just like you chancing to research the right titles to find, and so I think it just depends. I would love if Rainey put in like a little like survey to see like what was the hardest prompt for most people who participated, or what was like I don't know, if I love statistics.
Or even a live like of all of us at the end and she asks us questions and we discuss. Rainey, if you're here, set that up. Thanks.
That would be fun.
I honestly would have so much fun just
It would
hearing
be
all of
so
your
fun.
responses, especially knowing which rooms you were in when I was in. Like, were any of us in the same room at the same time and we didn't know it?
I think
I would
some
love to
people
know.
There
were.
were, yeah. Rainey did say
Mm.
that a few of us did have the same
Mhm.
room at the same
I
time.
would be curious too to like go through each room. Like this would be like the longest live stream ever if we all did this. But it would be interesting to see like go through each room and like let's see like what books all of us read like as hosts. Like what
Mm.
books did we wrote? Did we all read for like the
Yeah.
what books did we
Mhm.
all read for the kitchen? What books did we all read for the study? And
go
kind of
through.
go through our thought process as to why we chose the books that we chose.
Yeah.
Like, was it based on what we had at our disposal? Was it based on a recommendation that we got from somebody else? Like, how did we?
Mhm.
There were a lot of books that I've read for this that I've never even heard of until
Mhm.
the day
Yeah.
the prompt
Mhm.
dropped. I started doing research, and I'm like, oh, this sounds like a fun title. So it's like most of these books have not been on my shelves.
Yeah.
That would be really cool. In genre too, what genre we tended to read a lot of because of the prompts or something. Rainey, take notes if you're here because we're throwing out some great ideas.
Don't worry.
That would more work for
If
you.
she's not here, I'll throw it in our group chat later. I'm reading Iron Flame and snagged a signed copy today. Nice. I cannot wait to read that, but I can't commit to a 700 or 800 page book this month.
Even though you've committed to like a 600 and like
that
a
was the beginning when I was feeling like up here. Now I'm like down here.
She was very ambitious, and now she's a little more realistic.
Yeah. I know. Some people in my group are like, oh, I'm on my like 5th bonus book. I'm like, oh, I'm like just making it right now. This is the first time I'm actually like behind quite a bit, but I was just like keeping up with it. I think one round I got 2 bonuses in, and then every other round I haven't gotten any bonuses in. So yeah. Hello. Just finished the room prompt. Nice. Okay, so Destiny's on my team, and Destiny's been killing it, like getting multiple bonus books. It's amazing.
Love that.
Super helpful since I've been falling behind. Yeah, onto the extra books. Has Leandra read Dear Committee Members? It sounds like something she would like.
No. I'm gonna have to look it up. Dear Committee Members. Who's it even by?
I have not heard of that.
By Julie Schumacher? Let's see here. A smart as hell, fun as heck novel. Wow. Finally, a novel that puts the pissed back into epistolary.
What
Jason
kind of book is it? Is it a thriller?
I'm gonna have to look. Let me see what tags there are for it. It says contemporary academia, humor, comedy, literary fiction. So it looks like it's just like a contemporary academic setting with a lot of humor. That sounds great. Adding that to my want to read list. Thanks, Chris. Ooh.
The Wisteria Society for Lady Scoundrels is full of pirates.
I need one to add. That one looks really fun too.
I love this idea of behind the scenes host live show. Yeah, that would be amazing.
Yeah, especially if Rainey also reveals like what is the room that was last for any of us to get into. Yeah, like, there was like a couple rounds where there were still rooms that none of us had been in yet.
True,
like, what was the last room that she, that it took for one or more team to get into?
Yeah. Yeah, because I feel like at this point we've all been in all the rooms, I would imagine.
Yeah, where I feel like round 1 and 2, maybe even in round 3, Rainey was like, there's still like a room that no one's been in yet.
Yeah.
And I want to know what that room is.
There's also like behind the scenes stuff that Rainey was doing that none of us know about. So like that
Rainey did film some of it, and will, as far as I know, that was the plan. Rainey's gonna post it after.
Earlier today, when Rainey was on Breeze Sprints this morning, she was saying that she had something that she had to fix this morning because she had done something wrong at some point during the queue. So I'm like, ooh, what is it? And like she told me what it was, but I think it would be fun for like, the rest of the hosts to be like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, oh, it's crazy.
Yeah, sure. Totally.
And I feel like when anything went wrong, like you couldn't even tell because Rainey just kind of like covered it up or whatever. Not covered it up. That made it seem like it was like
covered up a crime.
But like seamlessly just like got anyone back on track, like behind the scenes. So like nothing really major went wrong at all. Also,
Yes.
some of the prompts would have been harder if you got weapon prompt too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, and like revealing that all, because I'm sure there's some, like, obviously with every round there was a weapon prompt that every other team didn't know existed. So then like revealing everything. Oh,
Yeah, knowing like what
Yeah.
the other weapon prompts were.
yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, I would never leave my home to meet the prompt. I have so many unread books, plus I have thousands of unread ebooks. It makes it easy as I start reading any stuff. Yeah, I've been able to hit it like with my books, if not like on Kindle, or I don't even think I went to the library this time because it was hard to get from Libby because I didn't know what to get, and then anything that did hit was like a 5-week wait at the shortest. So it's like, okay, that doesn't work. So that was kind of hard. I imagine it would be hard for someone who uses library exclusively. Like you'd almost have to go in or just hope for the best on Libby.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that's like the one thing about these competitive readathons, that there's not much that we can do to remedy it. But yeah, those who are reliant on libraries for it, it's almost like, at least the one thing is at least the library where I work, we allow up to 75 borrows of physical books. So like depending on if your library has something like, you can always just like borrow a bunch and then just like sift through them. And we give 4 weeks for most titles, so arguably if you do that in like the first week, then you have all of these titles up to the end of the readathon. So it just depends on like how nervous you get about borrowing too many, so
that's true. Yeah.
Like I literally in front of me, I've got like 20 books that because I work from a library, I also don't feel as weird about it, but I literally have 20 library books to the right of me where I was like, I'm ready. Like if what I own isn't here, I have
you're
those.
prepared. Imagine that they didn't hit anything.
Yeah. And well, yeah, so even what was it, last round? I read Starter Villain by John Scalzi, that one that's on like the Goodreads choice. I had just borrowed that on a whim when I borrowed all of these, and then it fit for my room 7 prompts, which worked out. So yeah.
Yeah, I put a bunch of books on hold before the readathon started. Just kind of like randomly. I'm just like, what do I think the prompts are gonna be? And based on that, I just put a bunch of stuff on hold.
Did it work a lot? Like, did a lot of them work for it?
Some of them did. There are quite a few that I still have on hold, and I'm like, I probably need to cancel this hold because I don't think I'm going to use this.
Don't do it yet, because watch, there's going to be like at least one more prompt, I think, right? So
I'm waiting for the last prompt to drop, and then I'm going to get rid of these holds because I don't want to be holding off in the whatever. But yeah, at the beginning of the month, I just put a whole bunch of stuff on hold, like different lengths, different genres, different like color covers, like all kinds of stuff. I tried to think of everything. Granted, most of the prompts did not at all match what I thought they were going to be, but the books still like seemed to work out anyway. That on top of the fact that any books that I came across that like I hadn't put on hold, they weren't books that were super popular, so they didn't have like holds and stuff on them, so I could borrow them.
Christmas in Coconut Creek is on KU. Yep, that's where I'm reading it. I'm not actually going to get the book of it unless I absolutely love it. Then maybe I'll get it. But I found it on KU, so I'm just reading it on KU. Reading Warrior Girl Unearthed by Angeline Booley. Nice. I tell my teammates to just go to free ebook sites to find something fast. It's quick and it's often easier to meet the bonus prompts. Yeah.
Smart.
Okay, so I'm going to do an hour for the first sprint because I have to run out to grab something at the grocery store, and I just want to give a little bit of time just in case it goes longer, and then we'll go back to 45 if that's fine.
That sounds good to me.
Okay, perfect. So I'll see everyone in an hour.
Hello. I did all right. I ended up following Nell's own process, and rather than continuing my Stuart Palmer book for room 8, I finished a bonus book. So now I'll have a bonus book ready because I only had an hour left. And as soon as you made an hour, I was like, you know what? I should just listen to the audiobook, get it done. And so I did. And this is a reread for me because it's like a Christmas murder mystery, Murder After Christmas. And it remains a 5-star read. It's very fun. Even though I knew exactly what was going on, the characters are really humorous. And there's just all of this kind of tomfoolery going on and who murdered when, what after, whatever. And then I ended up updating my bullet journal a bit because I'm really behind on that. And then I have this list of like videos that I want to do in the next, like, before the year ends. And I just realized there's like so much recording that must be done. Like, I'm just like, oh, I want to do this and this and this. And I'm like, Leandra, oh, what even is a schedule? Anyway, how did you all do?
Nell, do you want to go first?
It doesn't matter to me. I didn't really do much. I tried to listen to my book, but I was also still trying to fix my laptop. And I think that I got to the point where I literally just had to do like a hard like reset of like, restore to factory settings. And that still didn't fix the problem. So I'm probably gonna have to take it somewhere to get somebody to like actually open it up.
That's
and
annoying.
What's going on?
Did you lose anything by it not working, or do you have every?
I saved the important stuff to an external hard drive. I don't even know where I put it, but I saved everything to an external hard drive. So like if I do lose everything on here, like I don't care. I was only using this for like work and like school, and I'm not in school anymore. And I've switched over to using this laptop for work since this one stopped working.
Okay.
So if I lose anything, it doesn't matter.
Okay,
and how long have you had it? Like how many years?
I think I got this in either 2020 or 2021. I can't remember.
Okay, so it's not like that old. Yeah, it's annoying.
That's annoying. Yeah. I didn't really read much. I read 2 pages because I literally just made it. I went in the grocery store for like 2 things that I needed for ingredients for dinner, and then I ended up getting a ton of stuff. So anyway, that's how that happened. But I got a few pages read of this, but hopefully I'll get a decent amount. Like, I'm loving the book. It's just the font is like making me like not want to keep reading it almost because it hurts my eyes. So
yeah, and it feels like less productive. Like you feel like you're like, oh, I read 10 pages. That doesn't feel like a lot when it's like, but it is a lot. But my brain is telling me that I haven't made much progress.
I almost want to get like a magnifying glass or something. Like that sounds so bad, but that's how it is. 1 hour sprint is a good start. Perfect. I'll go back to 45s after this. Hello, Coda. Hello, Sarah. Looks like I missed the chatty bit. I just got home from having family Thanksgiving dinner. I'm reading Legends and Lattes for my room 8 prompt. Nice. I read this. It was good. It was a 4-star for me. It was pretty good.
Mm-hmm. I think I might read it in December. I think I'm going to try and read it.
Whenever you need like just a easy read that you don't need to like highly think about, but it's like very cozy, definitely read it. Yeah. It's not like the most exciting book. Like it's not like high stakes and super crazy action, but it's good when you just need kind of like a breather book. So
perfect.
Blood Justice was good too. My sister is reading the book when it comes out, and we are going to reread Blood, Debt, and Justice together.
Oh my gosh, you read it already! Oh, you beat me. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. That gives me hope that it will be good. I hate the cover of the book, but the first book was so good. I'm so excited to read the second book.
Grabbing my next read. What is it? Made it to page 54 of Legend Lattes. Yeah, the book reads really, really quick, which is nice. Read 6% of Warrior Girl Unearthed. Nice. Put away groceries, read 1 chapter. Small progress is still progress. Yeah, that's literally what I did. I got home, loaded the groceries into the fridge, and then got like 2 pages read. So we're about the same. 30 minutes left of Ready Player 1 at 2 times speed. Sorry, everyone. I was worked in the office today, and I'm always like super tired after being in the office, so my speech is pretty bad. So It feels like a long day. We're not even like 7:30, and I'm already doing everything wrong. I read just about 90 pages. Ooh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Lexi didn't get much reading done. My brother, who has never read The Hunger Games, decided to debate the plot of Hunger Games with me. That's funny. Is anyone seeing the new movie in theater, or has anyone seen it?
No, I'm not. Like, I haven't. I feel badly because, like, I don't have much interest in reading the prequel because it's also been so long since I read the Hunger Games series that I'm also just not interested in seeing the movie. I'm also not a big movie person. If I had, like, you know, group of friends who all were like, oh, we're all gonna go see it, I'm like, okay, fine, I'll go with you and see it. But for me to like make the plan and to reach out to people to go watch it, I'm like, I don't care that much. Like, I just
I totally get what you mean. I think the last book to movie I saw was Crawdads, like a few years ago. Was that? And the last movie I saw was Barbie, but I don't often go to the movie theater. I think I'm going to see It Ends With Us because that comes out in March or April of next year. I think I'll see that in theater. I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm just gonna wait or I'm gonna see it, but I don't go to the movies a lot, so I kind of like going because like our movie theater is very comfortable. Like they got like the new recliner seats, and it's like very nice now. And I'm like, okay, I could go back, but like it's kind of annoying because like you want to fall asleep almost. It's that comfortable.
Oh yeah, it's like so cozy.
It's like I don't want to go there and nap. Like that's a waste of money. I may as well do that at home. At this point, I think he just likes to see if he can get me riled up. My boyfriend does this all the time. He'll just like argue with me, like the opposite point, just to get me riled up because he knows I love debating back and forth. Hi, Steph. Just joining. I'm working on my TBR for Era's Readathon while I wait for my parents to get home from dropping my brother off at the train station. We will be decorating soon. Nice.
Fun.
That's right. Yeah. So Era's Readathon, that's by the word nerd Margaret. There's also the Court of Books Readathon going on in December by Katie. I would rather be reading. What else is happening? Reindeer Readathon.
Reindeer Readathon.
And then there's a rereadathon for people who want to reread books. So December, if people who want to keep going, there's a lot of readathons out there.
I know. I was almost going to join. Originally, I only heard about the Reindeer Readathon because nothing else came out yet at that point. Now there's been a bunch more. And I was going to join, and then I'm like, honestly, I'm exhausted from this month. And the holidays always end up super busy. So I'm like, I might just join one, and then that's it. Because there's so many to choose from now. And I'm like, which one do I join? I want to support everyone, but
no.
Yeah. And also, I think Eris is only like a week, isn't it? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I think it's only a week long.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Something like that.
Which, like, if you're not looking for like a long commitment, that would be the best one to do.
Yeah.
Depending if it works on that week for you, but
yeah. I mean, I could be lying now. I don't know. I don't remember. I
believe it's shorter. If it's not a week, it's not a whole month. I don't think. I think it's only. Watch for lying.
Like
we're just telling people.
Yeah, we're just like now we're just speculating, and it's like this is silly.
The first round for the Pokemon Readathon starts in December too.
Yes.
That's so exciting. Yeah, I'm really excited about that one, actually. I'll have to I think Meredith's, because that's like a year-long kind of thing. I think I am going to keep an eye on that and try to participate where I can, because that seems really fun.
Yeah.
I like that the prompts are like mostly pretty chill. So I'm probably not going to like strategically plan to participate. I'm going to just read, and then because the prompts are so flexible, like whatever books work.
Yeah. And she seems to be putting a lot of work into it. Like I talked to her about it a little bit because like we were talking about my readathon that's happening in January, and like she's like getting like artists to create certain Pokemon and everything. So it's like it seems really fun. Yeah.
Which one of you did the best on Rainy's fact quiz? That would be a good one.
Oh yeah.
Rainy could like go over what we got, like who did. Honestly, I would be fine with her like telling who got best, who got worst, like just to see like, for fun. But I feel like I honestly, maybe I'm overconfident, but I feel like I got either like all of them right or just one wrong because some of them I already knew because like I was sprinting with her so much, and then we have our group chat, and she was always saying what she was reading. So like I didn't have to watch the vlogs, but I did. Like I didn't have to watch them to answer, but I did anyway just to make sure. And everything I thought I got, I was like, "Yep, I'm good," because I started doubting myself. But
I think the one I got wrong was the one about her, like where she wanted to go for vacation.
Yes,
me too.
The one I got wrong.
What did you guess? I guessed Paris, but I don't know.
Bali.
I put Bali as well. Yeah, no, we got that right.
For some reason, I thought I remembered her mentioning Paris before, but I wasn't 100% sure. I was like, I'm pretty confident, but I'm not 100% because I thought
she said the answer was Greece.
Ooh.
Yeah, the answer was Greece. I feel like I remember her being really well, and it's not the same thing, of course, but I remember her being really jealous of Brie when she went to, was it Fiji or something? And I was like, maybe she wants to go to Bali. I don't know. Like
she probably wants to go to all of them. It was just one was like the most. Yeah.
Yeah. I picked Bali because I thought that it was like not a trick question, but like it was like one of these things is not like the other. So like the other ones were like more like European countries.
Oh, Europe.
And so Bali was the one that like didn't quite fit with the other one. So like, oh, it's probably this one. I was wrong.
I was thinking that too. Yeah. I was like, this one's a bit more like, warm tropical climate and everything. So
now I'm like, did anyone get it? Because I thought maybe I got 100 and obviously I didn't. So now I'm like, did anyone get, you both didn't get that one right. So I'm wondering if anyone got it 100%.
Yeah. I think Rainey might have said that most people got like one or two wrong at least or something.
I'm curious if anyone just guessed right. It'd
be really embarrassing if she called out one of us who got like all of it wrong, being like, this co-host for this team did terrible. And we're like, oops.
I feel like that would be funny, but like I think we'd all have to collectively agree, like, are we okay with it?
Yeah, like, are you okay with calling me out? Yeah.
Before we get totally exposed online, also, who cares about Snow? Of all prequel ideas she could have written, she picks the fastest. No. Is this about that book?
The Songbirds and Snakes.
Oh, okay. Yes. Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah.
I didn't put those words in the right order, but you know what I mean.
Oh, right. Snow. He's a character. I was thinking Snow like actual Snow. So
like, who cares about frozen water?
I was so confused. I don't have a huge urge to pick up. I have the series because I had it like as a teenager and I still have it on my shelf. And I feel like some books I just keep. I don't know why. I'm never gonna read them again, but like I have the box set, so I just keep it.
Yeah, and
but
I really prequels confuse. I don't know if I'm a big person that's into the idea of prequels because usually they come after the series has begun or has been finished, and then suddenly a prequel exists, and I'm like, did the author have a prequel in mind? Probably not, and so it just feels very weird to like throw it in, and
it's always years later. I find it's not like actually when there's a lot of commotion about it. It's like with Twilight, it was released like I don't know 8-9 years. I'm just guessing, like a long time after that. What was the book called even? The one that was released that was related to Twilight. It's on the tip of my tongue.
It was like The Short Life of The Short Life, or was that not? That was a different thing.
No, it was Midnight Sun.
Oh, Midnight Sun. Yes, that's right. Yeah,
so it was released years later, and people wanted that like off the bat. So I almost didn't know if like did she write it then? Already had it? Did she actually really write it like years later? I don't know. But it always seems to come like when the hype's kind of gone down, and then I feel like it doesn't do as well as it could have done. But
especially with that one, because I remember there was like that weird book that she like did a gender swap, but it was like really lazy and just like she just switched. Like so, Bella was a man, and then Edward was a woman, and I remember that came out, and it was just like again after no one cared about it anymore, suddenly. And like I heard, I didn't read it. I heard that she didn't put much effort into like actually embracing the gender swap kind of idea or something.
Yeah.
Or even like what is it like J.K. Rowling, the whole like magical beasts or whatever that is, that spinoff that's also kind of a prequel because that came before. And I can't remember what that's called. But, it just always seems that suddenly these authors that have these amazing series for whatever the case is suddenly come out with like this money grab, and it's very frustrating, and I just don't have much interest. But if the fans love it, the readers adore it, and it's great. For me, I can't wrap my head around prequels, I don't think.
Yeah, feel like it's too far, especially it's often too far in the past. It's like you kind of have a time frame, I feel like, when people are very hooked on that storyline to release another one. And it's within the next couple of years. It's not like 10 years later. I feel like at that point, different audiences, right? Like younger people aren't reading Twilight like now, and the older people, it's not really their cup of tea anymore. So you kind of miss that time frame to actually do it. But
yeah, but with that said, Saluna, I'm really glad that you're enjoying it. Like, I'm pretty sure Saluna's really enjoying Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. So, like, that's lovely. I'm so glad that you like it.
But also, who cares about snow? Yeah, I agree. Started my Room 8 book and got to chapter 4. I'm also working on some adult coloring. Nice. I have seen the new Hunger Games movie. Was not as exciting as I hoped for. It was still interesting. I just wanted to compare it with the book. Yeah, I'll probably watch it once it kind of goes out of theater and it's available online. Like, I just don't think I'll go and pay to watch it necessarily. It's not one of the ones I really care that much about, but I'll probably watch it once it comes out. I was very tired when I went to go see it, though, to be fair. It was Katie is reading for the Readathon, Leandra.
Oh no, so Katie's hers is I would rather be reading. It's like I think her handle is like _, I would rather be reading.
Yeah.
And if that doesn't help, I think you can also probably look her up like Katy Katie. She's also like linked in various Get a Clue sprints, like when she's on and stuff. She's sprinting right now, I think, or she was today.
She is,
Yeah. So I'm trying to provide context clues. Yeah.
I can put her channel in.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think in my sprints, I've always put everyone's handles in there just to clue there. So I think, Elizabeth, you can find that if you want to just quickly like watch the first 15 seconds of one of my sprints and then forget a clue, and then you'll see it. Boom, get it.
Yeah, I'm gonna pop them after, but I'm going to put the link in here.
Oh yeah, perfect.
And there we go. So just scroll down a bit and you'll see it. Only requires 3 books for the bingo. Yes, I love that idea. I'm just like, I just finished ACOTAR earlier this year, the series. So I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna, because I'm already trying to finish off series, so I'm not going to join that one for sure. But I'm gonna definitely watch any of the sprints because I love hearing about ACOTAR. It's one of my favorite series. So are you either of you joining or not?
I might do a thing where Yeah, like I'll like play along to the point where I'll have the board and be like, okay, is what I'm already planning on reading gonna fit? And then yeah, like you said, I'll participate in sprints. That's super fun. I'll watch like whatever vlogs Katie does. So yeah.
Yeah. Like I have my TBR picked up for December already, so if stuff on my TBR works for any of the readathons that are happening in December, then like great.
Yeah, for sure. Not a big commitment, yeah, for sure. My next read will probably be manga and then ARC because I need to get through my ARCs before January. Yeah. That just sounds like author greed and trying to get an extra buck. Who knows what kind of deals these people have with publishers. Yeah, that's true, actually. And I mean, I can't blame them if they're getting a good offer either, right? But I feel like at the same time, like if I was getting a good author, I'd also want to put like my heart into the book, especially when the other books were like really well done. I feel like I wouldn't want to release something that's like not that great. But who knows? Maybe a lot of people liked it. I just didn't hear the best things, for example, for like the Twilight one. I just heard it was kind of like thrown together. So I don't understand the point of prequels either. We know how it turns out. Prequels feel to me that the writers just had to fulfill their contract by writing another book. Yeah, this is actually, I don't know if anyone's read the Inheritance Games trilogy, but they have now Brothers
Hawthorne.
And I'm like, why?
Oh, that's a prequel.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, it's
Is it
I
kind
don't
of like
know.
a spin-off series or something? Or
So I haven't read it personally, and I haven't looked
Mhm.
much into it because I don't want to look into it because I haven't read the third book yet.
yeah.
So I'm not 100% sure. So anyone correct me if I'm wrong, but it's kind of a spin-off, I guess. Like it's
Mhm.
apparently in some of the brothers' point of view, but it doesn't exactly leave off where the third book ended,
Mhm.
from what I understand. So I
Yeah.
heard a lot of people saying that it wasn't that great. So
Yeah, and like I'm kind of okay if authors like veer off a little bit depending on what they're doing. Like I haven't read this entire series, so I can't speak on it. But who is it? Maureen Johnson writes the Truly Devious series, and like those first 3 books, it is like an ongoing mystery. Like you have to read all 3 to get all of the facts. But I know she recently came out with I think like a 4th and 5th books that are
Yeah.
standalones, but they're following the same detective kind of characters, and they're off on different adventures. And I'm like, okay, you're staying in the world, but you're not. Like it wouldn't make sense for her to do these 3 books and then suddenly do like a prequel, at the academy 50 years ago when or 70 years ago when the whole thing was happening. She's like, no, I'm still going to stick with the idea, but just kind of veer into different, I don't know. It kind of makes sense. I'm not sure how good they are. Not be as good, especially if it feels as though you're forcing it, like forcing us to stay in the world.
It depends on how it's written. Like I could get behind it if it's like well written, but it maybe isn't exactly my type of book to take off from. Yeah. It depends.
I think the timing, like Kelsey said earlier, I think the timing is really important and like when you do it. Because there are prequels where it is kind of like, what is the point? Like, if we know how the story ends, what is the point of having a prequel? But then there are also some prequels where I'm like, that was actually really cool. Because a lot of times you get to find out like how this whole thing even started to begin with.
Yeah.
So like that can be really fun. So it depends on how they do it and also like the timing. Because like you said, like if you wait too long, then people don't even care about the story enough to go back to find out the origin story. Like no one cares. But if you do it too soon, I feel like you have to wait a little bit of time because you have to build that like nostalgia almost, so that when you go back and read it, you're like, oh, like when I read what is the Good Girl's Guide to Murder one?
Killjoy.
Yeah, when I read that was like a year after I had read like the trilogy, and so it was fun kind of going back and like reading these characters again, and like the friend group. This isn't really a spoiler, but the friend group kind of falls apart as the trilogy goes on. And so going back to that prequel and getting to see the friend group together again, like that was fun. It was cute. And there's some little things that are dropped where it's like if you read the trilogy, then you're like, oh yeah, I remember that.
Yes, I love that.
It's fun, but sometimes it's just like, I don't even care about this storyline anymore. Like I don't need a prequel.
Yeah, that's so true. Actually, yeah. I don't see the point of retellings from the other character's point of view, but it's the same story. Why the author chooses to tell it one way at first. Yeah, I see this. See, back in high school, I was like begging, I think everyone else was, for the Twilight, like Edward's point of view. Like we wanted it. We never got it. And then years later, then it's dropped. So it's like, okay, everyone who wanted it then doesn't really care now. So that's where the timing really was off for that. Now I don't think there's any book where I really care that much to see the other point of view. I don't think.
Yeah,
Do you have any that you're thinking of?
No, there aren't any books that I can think of where I would have wanted a whole separate novel from another person. Like I would just rather an author just write a dual POV book. Like don't write just 2 separate novels telling the same story from 2 different people's perspectives. Like I don't have time to reread these same scenes over and over again.
True.
Yeah, like in that case, you should have just done it the first time around. And no, it's true. And also, like, not to speak on Twilight, because again, there's a lot of nostalgia there. But I feel like some series, because they don't age well, sometimes going back isn't great. So like I can't imagine. Like I remember like with the whole Edward thing, it was like everyone was reminded, oh, that's right, one of the Cullens is like a Confederate soldier. Oh yeah, like we're just like, we probably should have let this lie and just like let it age.
That is very true, because books, they don't necessarily age well always. Something that was written about 10 years ago could not. Like I remember some of the books I read years ago, it's like it just wouldn't be the type of book I would even like right now, or that would even age well whatsoever. Yeah, that's so true.
Yeah. So,
and even books that I read like as a teenager, so like Twilight, Hunger Games, I would never read again. And I was actually before I picked up this book, I was actually reading Shatter Me. It's like a YA, and I DNF'd it basically. It's just
Really?
yeah, so soft DNF because I have the
Okay.
Kindle version of it, like I paid for it.
Mhm.
But I kept thinking like this book would have like hit so hard had I read it like I don't know 10 years ago, if it was even out then, but like at least 8 years ago, it would have been so good. And I just feel like I'm gonna try again later on. But I'm just like I kept thinking like it would have been so perfect at that time, and I think like it would probably appeal to anyone like 20-ish or like maybe a little younger, little tiny bit older. And I kept thinking like it's probably a great book. It's just like it's just not for
Just
me.
like right book, wrong time, or
Yeah.
whatever it is. Yeah, like it would have been the right book at a different time in your life or earlier.
And I
or
wish I
whatever.
found it years ago because it was out, I think, I don't remember the exact year, but like I'm thinking 2010, 2011 the series started, if I read it right. Because I looked it up the other day. So it would have actually been like perfect for me to read in high school. I just never found that series for whatever reason. So
I have the whole thing on my shelf behind me. I've only read the first book.
did you like it?
Yeah, I like the first book, but I just haven't. Just so many other things came up, and it's like when you have a TBR, like I can only read but so many books in a month.
Yeah.
Right? So it's like there are books that I want to get to for whether it's readathons or like reading goals that I set for myself and stuff. And so if I were to actually read all those books, that would have taken away space for me to read like other books. So I do plan on reading it next year. Like my goal for 2024 is to read a bunch of series, and that is one that is highly prioritized because that was probably one of the first series I ever started, and I have literally only read the first book.
Okay, well, maybe I'll give it another shot. I'll follow along if you vlog and see. Because it's not that it was like a hard DNF. I was just like, oh, I don't know. It's just not either right now. It's not like doing it, or just I was kept thinking like I would have loved it if I read it like years ago. Because just I don't know. I feel like it would have been perfect for me like around 20. But I'm gonna give it another shot because I bought it. Like I have it on Kindle still, so we'll see what happens. Maybe it'd be a good one to vlog and see.
Yeah.
And it would force me to kind of read it. Thank you. Found it. Okay, perfect. I don't think you have to read Aquatar, right? I haven't read it, not my thing so much. So I'm going to be honest, I haven't actually watched Katie's video. I just saw the post on Instagram so far. So I just assumed that you have to read Aquatar for it.
No, you don't have to read Akatar. The prompts are like kind of Akatar themed. So like there might be a prompt that's like Ianthe, which is a character from Akatar, and like based on what her personality was, like I forget what the actual prompt is, but it might be like read a book with like betrayal in it or something like that. So it's like they're like the prompts are pretty loose. They're just kind of like themed based on things from like it might be like the spring court. So like read a book that takes place in spring, like stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I can get behind this then. Maybe maybe I will be joining then.
Because I haven't read anything by Sarah J. Maas myself. So
yeah, I have them all on my shelf. Like I have all of her series. I only read Aquatar and one book of Throne of Glass. And Crescent City like freaks me out too much. It's too long. I'll give it a shot eventually. I drifted off again while reading. Yeah, totally fine. I'm honestly exhausted too. Like I keep falling asleep while reading this book. I find every night, like I try to read it, and it's so I'm sounding like I hate this book. Like I have to like despise this book, but I love it. I think it's just like the writing. I think honestly. So be prepared, anyone, if you buy this book. Really, really good. But maybe digitally would be better.
I was gonna say, can you get it on like Libby or like through Kindle or something where you can like make the font bigger on the screen?
So it's not on KU. I could buy it on Kindle, but when I already bought these, I don't know if I can justify buying it again. But Libby, no, it's not on there. I think it's like an indie book maybe, because I haven't seen much about it.
That might explain the like weird typeface, like font size too. Like if the indie's trying to save a bit of money, not have to publish as big of a book. Whereas I feel like big publishers don't have that excuse. It's like you have the money, you're huge. Whereas indie, I can kind of understand.
Yeah,
They'll probably be traditionally published soon because it's picking up a lot of like traction. Like a lot of like bigger romance booktubers have been talking about it in like the last, I don't know, 6 months or so.
And there is actually a different cover. Like this is a cover I preferred more, but maybe the other cover would have had bigger fun. I'm not sure. I just like this one more. So again, like I'll be okay. Like once it gets the weekend, I haven't been like on the screen all day. I'll be fine to read this. It's just like after a long day, like the small font is a bit much.
Yeah.
So. I suspect prequels are often just novels compiled from material the author edited out of the previous books. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Which of your fellow panelists do you think you would give you the best TBR book list, Rainey? Does she count? Or are we just?
I think we can. I feel like we can't. I feel like it'd be weird if it like was between the three of us and we're like, let me. But I think among like
I wouldn't be offended because I feel like we all have different tastes. So like one person might for me, if we're counting all like the Clue hosts, Rainey, because I don't know why, but Rainey just like somehow Rainey picks the best books whenever she recommends them, like for that person specifically. So I think I would pick Rainey.
I would also pick Rainey only because I think that me and Rainey have a very similar taste in books. So I feel like if she liked it, then I will probably also like it.
Fair.
This is so interesting. I feel like I haven't read enough that like has kind of related to Rainey because I actually have no idea if like I feel like maybe if I had her pick for me, thinking of me, she could probably do a good job. But I'm trying to think of the person that I know that I tend to read the most similarly with at the moment is probably Brittany, mainly because we tend to like I've had a lot of experience where we both have hated books at the same time or we both have loved books. However, she's a big fan of the Thursday Murder Club and I'm not.
I was just thinking of that one because you talked about it the other day.
Yeah. So like that's the first time that, you know, my trust in her has wavered. Just kidding. But yeah, so like I feel like I could trust her to know what I'm into, mainly just because I've had experience with her before. But I just saw Chris mentioned Nicole. I think Nicole, she tends to read a lot of mysteries too. I'm trying to think of those who read mysteries. I know that you read a lot of like thrillers. Both of you tend to read thrillers, don't you? I know that Nell
for me
does.
it's thriller, romance, and fantasy, but I'm getting more into like just general fiction. But Leandra, I can say honestly, I don't think I would pick a good book for you. I'm gonna say that honestly because I think you read very like books that look very good, but I don't think I would be able to pick a good book for you. I think you might be able to pick a good book for me, but I wouldn't be able to pick a good book for you.
Yeah, and I have too much fun trying to like find recommendations for people where I'm like, ooh, like what are you into? Like not because I like the book, but I'm like, what would you like? Like I find that so fun. If that was a job, oh, that'd be cool.
That'd be interesting.
You probably could make it one.
I know, right? Well, the thing is, I know that have you ever seen? I'm sure like you've seen Book Riot. They advertise their one like what is it called like subscription where they hire a bunch of bibliophiles and those bibliophiles choose books for you specifically. Like that's one of their subscription options. And I'm like, I would love to be one of them because that would be so fun. But it probably would go to my head. I'd choose horrible things. You know, it would go downhill.
It is indie, but it got picked up traditionally. I don't know what imprint, but Simon & Schuster. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know.
I figured it would have gotten picked up traditionally because, like I said, it's getting a lot of traction now that people like Larry reads and like Destiny Sidwell and stuff like that. Now that they're reading it, now it's getting picked up.
Oh wait, is Destiny read this? I watched her.
It was either Destiny or it might have been Sarah Crowley. I get them mixed up.
I watched them both, but I
they're
didn't.
always in each other's videos.
Oh, okay, that's probably why I've seen it because I haven't seen it through them, but I'm very behind on their vlogs. But I have seen like one of my friends actually posted about it, and then that's why I was like, okay, I have to pick this up because we like the same books a lot of the time. So yeah. That makes sense. So this is the indie version. So, I mean, I like the cover enough that I think I would keep it anyway. I don't like the other one because there's one with like a half naked guy on it. And like, I'm not gonna, I mean, I don't mind reading it. I just don't like it on my shelf because I find like my family will get really like when they come over, they'll be like, "What's this about? Let me read the back. Let me like," and I'm just like, okay.
Yeah.
I don't need my dad knowing what I read like in this much detail. So that one's a no. And then there's another one that's really pretty as well, but I kind of like just decided to get this one. Like they're both really nice. So
Mhm.
thank you. Thank you for coming. I used to work at Hollywood Video and it was great at personalized recommendations. I'd love to do the same for books. It's so fun to cater recommendations to others' taste. It would be fun. I feel like I would screw it up probably, but it would be fun.
Yeah, I'll be really bad at that.
Yeah. Have you ever bought books from the stand where you give them your interest and they select books by the foot for you? No, I've never even seen that where I am.
Mm-mm.
I've never
That's
even seen that.
interesting.
But
That
I would be interested in that because I actually love reading book recommendations that people have picked for me, like just friends and family. So I feel like that would be really cool. Okay, so we'll jump into another sprint. We'll do a 45 if that's okay.
Yeah, that works for me.
Okay, I'll see everyone in 45.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, I didn't, I didn't hear you for a second.
Oh, weird. How'd it go? Is what I said.
Oh, yeah. It went good. I read another 20 pages, another 2 chapters, and yeah, I'm just having fun. I'm really liking it so far.
Nice. I got 15% into money, and it's actually really fascinating. It's moving really quickly, so this is definitely a book that I will probably at some point in life go back and reread. But it's basically so far it's giving you like the history of like how money started, like where it came from, how it became a thing. It's really interesting.
I was thinking it was nonfiction. I don't think we talked about that before. Yeah, interesting.
It's probably better on audio, I feel like, because I find nonfiction can be a bit dry when you're just reading it like that. And I like just listening while you're doing other things. So I feel like that'd be a good way to listen.
Yep. Like tuning in when you're like, "Ooh, yeah, like that's beneficial for me," or very interesting, and then kind of being like, "All right, this is a section that maybe I don't care as much about."
Yeah, for sure. I got about 19 pages read, so that's pretty good. I feel like realistically, it's probably like 1.5 of that at like regular font. So
Yeah, like 30
I'm
pages.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Nice.
I don't think I'll finish tonight, to be honest, if I'm being really realistic, because I still have about 200 and something pages, but that's okay.
Oh yeah.
So far, I know at least one type of book not to recommend to Rainy. Which book is this?
The cabin at the end of the world, or whatever.
Yeah, that was rough. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I responded, so you don't have to click on my comments.
Hey Bree, continuing sword catcher tonight. I'm building a new Lego set. Nice.
Woohoo.
Finished Ready Player One for Room 6 and got to 4% done in Dark and Hollow Star. That sprint so far not a bad book. I was not sure what it was all about when I picked it. Yeah, sometimes I like going in blind sometimes and not. I buy books like when I read the synopsis at that time, but sometimes I forget when I actually go to read it, so I kind of go in blind, which I like doing a lot.
Yeah, that's why I'm really bad with my TBR videos. I'm like, I think this is what this is about. And then when I start reading it, I was like, I'm completely wrong.
Yeah.
People cannot trust me when I haven't read a book yet because I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. Read 35 pages of not the book I should be reading. That's okay. I feel like all of us now are at this last week of the readathon. You can all tell that like we've gone downhill in terms of just like our motivation to keep going. And I actually put this in Rainy, Brittany, Neva, and I's group chat. Like I think Rainy's gonna cause chaos because if you think about it, there's only one room technically left, right? Not all of us have gotten enough to vote on what. So I think Rainy's going to do another small DS round or something. And Rainy's like, I have no idea.
Yeah, she talked about that. Was it earlier today? Or maybe it was yesterday or the day before. I can't remember because all the days kind of blend together at this point.
Yeah.
But at some point this week, we were on sprints and she was saying that was something that she was like trying to figure out what to do about the fact that like there are some teams that have not gotten any bonus clues. So they don't really have enough to make an educated guess on who would what room.
Like it would very clearly be like a shot in the dark. That's true.
Yeah, because like if you only have a couple, it would work okay. But if you have a lot missing, then it's kind of like the more you have missing, the harder it is too. So yeah. Got to 112 of Legends and Lattes. It's really making me want a giant cinnamon roll. Yeah, it really because there's like a bakery coffee shop and everything. So I don't even like lattes that much, and I wanted a latte after reading like this book. Every chapter, I'm like, I want a latte.
Yeah, I think ML said that too. When she was reading it, she's like, all I want are all of the cozy, yummy foods. And she told me that I should read it. So that's why I have it somewhere.
It'd be the perfect book to read like at a coffee shop or something.
Yes. Oh, that'd be lovely.
The main reason I picked it was because of the cover. It's so pretty. I do this a lot, so there. Spent the entire sprint trying to fix Discord. Oh, that sucks. I'm not like super into Discord. Like I know how to do the basics, like create the channels and like different stuff. But if there's anything more than that, like I have to Google it. I cannot.
Yeah. And I'm like, a lot of people want a Discord for a TBR-a-thon, which is very exciting that there's like all these people interested in that. But I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. So I was like, I don't know if I'm the person who should be trusted to do this. And so I was kind of like playing around with it like yesterday. And I was like, I only know about like probably 5% of the functions on Discord, if we're going to be honest, like the ones that I use. And I'm like, all right. So we're going to see how it goes.
Yeah, like I could give you a hand if it's just like creating different areas and stuff, but more than that, like I feel like Rainy would probably know how to do like the bots. I think because Rainy set up the bots and stuff like that. So if you're looking for
I
that,
even need that because
I don't
it's
think
more
you do, 'cause
like
you're not doing separate teams. It's not that kind of readathon. Yeah.
I'm just like, go with the flow, do whatever you want. Like you can be in whatever chat. Like even if you aren't doing like the bingo board, why not see what people are doing? Like whatever.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I find Discord's great for that. Because Instagram, it's like you can't. I don't know if you have a certain amount of limit of like who can be in a message, but I feel like we couldn't get to like past 50 or 100 people in one message. I've never tried to do that, but I feel like it would also get really messy on Instagram. Like it would just get very cluttered. So
100%. Yeah.
I looked up your book. Now I want to read it.
I don't know which one. Thomas, is it this one or was it
I'm
Murder
very
After
interested in that
Christmas?
one.
Yeah, this one's very fun too. If someone's looking for like a Christmassy mystery, that's very hilarious. But yeah, this one I'm really liking it. I think it's really cool that it's set at like the aquarium and like I think the book it opens like the first line it says, not to backtrack on people, but the first line says, 2 little black penguins were the first to know the secret. And it's like, the first witnesses to the crime are penguins. I just think it's very fun.
Should team leaders who don't keep up with the rules be forced to do all punishments for the team? I feel like no, because this is the first time I'm behind. So if that started now, I'd be a little annoyed because like I've been keeping up so well so far. This is the first time I'm actually behind quite a bit. Other than that, I've just kept like afloat. Or one time I was actually ahead and I got 2 bonuses in, which is like unheard of. So I mean, I feel like if that was the case, it would have had to start at to be kind of fair. I'm justifying my case here.
You're like, please don't.
Yeah. Rainy,
Also,
don't listen to any of this.
Shannon, all we have to say is you've brought up these very scary things before. I hope that you never decide to make a readathon yourself, because that would be terrifying. The different things that you've come up with, I just like the punishments galore.
I mean, it's a good idea, I guess, to have the incentive, but I feel like I'd want to know going in that it's kind of this kind of readathon so that I can get in that headspace of like, okay, if I don't do well, bad things are happening.
Yeah, maybe don't choose like 400, 600 page books.
Yeah, like I definitely kind of changed my reading patterns. Bree says she can help with your Discord if you need it.
I appreciate it. I think the thing I'm also most afraid of is just not thinking of a section that would be helpful for people.
True.
You know, because there's so many different things to think about. And like, obviously, like I've seen Bree with the Amazing Readathon and Rainy for hers, like this one, Forget a Clue. I'm like, okay, trying to like remember like which channels each of you've had to be like, do we need this for mine? But yeah, I would greatly appreciate your help, Bree. So thank you.
Yeah. Hi, Katie. So Katie's also sprinting tonight. I realized that when I went to go catch up on the readathon announcement. So feel free to pop back and forth. I think a few people are from what I saw. So
Yeah. Do a little sprinting raid. Like anyone who's
Yeah.
over here, go raid her
Like,
channel.
we're on different time. Like, we're at the chatty bit and then Katie's at the chatty bit, so it's working out nicely, I think. So we did not plan that. Leandra, I think you would just need to make a channel for each way to do your readathon. Yeah, that would be a good. But there's also little things to think about too, where it's like the general chat, book recommendation area, like sprint area. Like you want to have the difference so that it also doesn't get like filled into like just a couple options.
Yeah, like I came up with like there's going to be one that I think will be like maybe prompt support group. Like if someone lands on a prompt and they like need help for ideas, like everyone can help each other out. And the other thing is because I'm allowing anyone to do sprints, just because I think it'd be very fun for people just to kind of branch out and do that. Like I feel like I've got to figure out a way to organize, to not just have a sprinting channel, because if I do, then people will just kind of flood it and they'll be like, but is it in order? And so there's things to think about for sure.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Yeah. Like that's a good point. I have no suggestions.
Good luck with that.
It was only today that I learned to turn off the notification sounds in Discord. Yeah. I'm really glad I try. Well, actually, when I'm on sprints, because mine goes off a lot, our team chat, which is great. But I actually like turn my phone on silent a lot when we're doing these chatty bits because it'll keep going off. But I don't want to miss anything, so I don't want to mute at all. Especially in my section specifically, like I don't want to miss anything.
Yeah, and like leave the other co-host to like fend for themselves, depending on what's happening.
That happens a lot with me and Meredith because we're on opposite like time zones. So like when I'm asleep, all the people on like her side of the world are like talking and chatting, and then when she's asleep, everybody else on this side is like talking and chatting.
So it's going off all times. Lexi says maybe a general chat, book recs, buddy read channel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Buddy read, that's a good option. Yeah, people can set up buddy reads. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Have you seen the classic film version of Penguin Pool Murder?
I haven't, but you know what? There's an introduction, and they mentioned that the film. Sorry if you can hear the crazy. I'm like right by a window, and I know I should probably sit somewhere else, but this is like the perfect space, and I'm like, can everyone just stop doing traffic? Like no more cars until I'm done. But yeah, so in the introduction, it said that this book apparently was like already so popular that like within the year it was turned into a film. And so, Chris, I do want to watch it. So I'm very excited about that.
I'm very interested to see how you like it because I think I'm going to add it to my TBR.
Yeah, I feel like it'd be an interesting experiment to see if you like this kind of era of like mystery.
Well, it's a totally different type of book that I'm maybe used to. Well, not completely, but it's not my typical type of book, so it'd be very interesting to read it.
Yeah, for sure.
The only thing I would change about the punishments is that the top points getter in each group be exempt. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So it's kind of like a Survivor type style, like teams, and then like you kind of get like not voted off, but that kind of idea. So it's not a bad idea actually. Like I feel like I would just want to know that going into the readathon that's kind of going to be the vibe.
Yeah.
Instagram is limited to 35, I think. Okay. That's good to know. I did not know because I've only done maybe 10 people in like one buddy read, so I bet Katie's too good. The Penguin Pool Murder, yeah.
Yes, well, Thomas, if you do end up reading it, you've got someone immediately to talk to about it. So.
I keep Discord sound notification off at all times, but the notifications still pop up on my phone. My phone would go off all the time. Otherwise, I get over 1,500 Discord notifications a day. Wow. Yeah, I did end up muting like certain parts of, not in the Clue one, but other ones I'm in, because I find like it would be too much, like going off all day. But I know that if anything goes on, like usually people will like add everyone in certain ones. So in total there. Wow, perfect timing for this
Yeah.
performance. And
Because we didn't do that last time. We were very chatty.
no, yeah.
Whoops.
Here, so I'll pull up. I'm just gonna switch back. Wait, didn't we end up doing an hour last time?
I thought it was only
Oh.
45. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention.
I thought it was 45 too.
Because now I'm still at an app. Oh, maybe when we chatted to the perfect. Okay, yeah, I think that's what happened. I was
Yeah.
so confused.
That's exactly what it was, because I was like, oh, like you must have stopped it at like 44 minutes and like something
Yes,
seconds. I
that's what
noticed.
happened. We were
Oh my
just
gosh, what are the
perfectly timed.
chances? That's weird.
Okay, I'll see everyone in 45. Hello.
Hello.
How'd you do?
I did good. I read one chapter, about 15 pages, and then I ended up kind of taking a break because I started thinking, I'm pretty sure I have another book by this author on my shelf, and then I realized I do, and so I grabbed it so I could show everyone. It's called The Puzzle of the Happy Hooligan. So if anyone's interested in just checking out his other work, they're all from what I can tell, they're slowly republishing him by the Otto Penzler Presents mystery classics. So yeah, I'm enjoying it. I ended up at this one moment where something kind of crazy happened, and so I'm excited to continue. And then I ended up reading Jess from the Hext Library, her wrap up TBR combination video. And so that's kind of what I did this sprint.
Nice.
I completely forgot that I was on sprints. When the timer went off, I was like, wait, what is that? And then I remembered. So I was productive. I just wasn't.
That's what it sounds like. If you got completely sidetracked, you definitely did a lot done.
I finally signed up for my exam. Well, I submitted the application for my exam, so I have to wait for my application to get approved, and then from there I can, assuming that it gets approved, I can pick the date for when I'm going to take the exam. So finally got that out of the way, because they ask you a billion questions and make you upload copies of your transcripts and your degrees and all that kind of stuff. So finally did that. That's been something I've been needing to do since September. So that's finally done. And I did a little bit of Black Friday shopping, which is what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to put in an order at Glossier, because they only sell this color lip balm during the holiday season. So if I don't get it now, I'll have to wait until this time next year to get it, which is where I messed up last year, because I didn't know that last year. But now that I know, I'm ordering 3 of them all at once, and I'm getting Black Friday deals. I'm using Rakuten, so I'm getting cash back. And then I have some orders that I want to do from Target. They're still doing their buy 2, get 1 free. So I have that in my cart. That's what I'm going to be checking out next. So lots of productivity.
Nice. Yeah. I am not Black Friday shopping. Well, who knows what the weekend will bring, right? Because there's Cyber Monday too. But so far I've been good, and I have not bought anything. I'm trying not to. So far so good. But I mean, I won't pass up a good deal. So if a good deal comes to me, I'm not going to go looking. But if it comes to me, I'll get it. I read about, I think, 16 pages. Okay. So that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Where did I leave off? Oh, about muting Discord. Bree got to page 282 of Swordcatcher. Nice. Sarah got to 173, I believe, of Legends and Lattes. Read 7% more of A Dark and Hollow Star. Nice. Read a few more pages, read a few pages, but did some tidying and laundry folding, so I'll take that as progress. Yeah, it's getting to that time of night where it's hard to keep your eyes open, so if you can do other things, it ends up keeping you awake. So finished The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe for room 8. Nice. It's been a while since I read that series, probably 15. No, not that long. Maybe about.
I don't know. I never actually read the series. I never read any of these books, but my first experience was that weird spoof movie that included, how there's the scary movies that make fun of those. There was also a time in this very weird era of film where there was movies that would make fun of other franchises. I remember this was there at the same time Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory was being made fun of in that movie. Yeah. I think Harry Potter was also made fun of. I can't remember what that film was, but that was my experience where I was making fun of all of these. I'll have to look it up and see if I can let people know. But yeah, I've never actually seen or read anything legitimate.
I haven't read the whole series. I think I only read book 1 and 2 maybe, but I've watched, again, not the whole. I don't even know if they came out with all the movies, but I only watched the first one, I believe.
Is this the Chronicles of Narnia?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hit 65% in Warrior Girl Unearthed. made it to page 783 out of 849.
Oh my gosh.
You're almost there.
Yeah.
Picking up a copy of The Penguin Pool Murder. I've read a sample on the fantastic fiction and want to continue. Nice.
Yay! I'm so glad that you're enjoying it. Yeah, it's super fun. Of course, like if anyone is interested in it, I did a little bit of research. I know that the audio's on Audible, and then you can also get the ebook like on I think I saw it on Hoopla. And so you can kind of get it depending on like where you're looking and the type of reader you are. Mine I got from the Mysterious Bookshop because it's published by Mysterious Press. But it is important to know that because it's published in 1931, there's like some off comments that are very frustrating. Nothing that I think would make me want to put it down completely. But you can tell like certain suggestions of the time where I'm like, that wouldn't be a line that we would be.
That's how I felt reading one of Agatha Christie's books actually. It was the Christmas one. You know the one?
Oh yeah, like a holiday for murder or something. Yeah.
So that was my first one by Agatha Christie. And I just don't know if I'll read another.
Yeah, it's so frustrating because some of hers, like, it's fine. Like, it's actually like there's some very feminist characters, which I'm really impressed with. But then there are others where I'm like, I would never recommend it to someone because of how harmful the language is.
A bad one, but it was it's rough.
Yeah, that one specifically because there's like certain stereotypes about like those who are like from Spain, like Spanish, and if I remember correctly, being like, oh, with their temper, they're so violent, and it's like, okay, calm down. Yeah, so like I think it's one of those things where I never tell people to start reading classic detective fiction unless they're like ready to be critical. Like if I enjoy a book, I'm also very ready to.
It was like a different time back then. Not that it's okay, but like it was written so long ago that it at that point it was unfortunately okay and to kind of speak like that. And the one I read, that was very prevalent, but also in the past I think that like the term like being gay was kind of used as an insult. So that was used over and over. And I was like, oh my God, this book. I like got to the point where I was like listening on audio just to get through it because I was already at 50%. And I was like, okay, let me give this a fair chance. But I was getting so annoyed with like the language used. And I was like, oh, I don't know if I'll pick up another.
Yeah. And it's one of those things too where like I always try to say it's not an excuse, it's an explanation. Like us knowing about the time period, like there's no excuse. We are allowed to judge books from a modern perspective because we're modern readers. Like whenever someone says you're not allowed to do that, it's like, well, I'm living in 2023, so I'm allowed to judge a book from a 2023 perspective. But I'm also allowed to like acknowledge the worth it has outside of that. But I wouldn't tell someone to read a book without warning them that there might be, suggestions.
Maybe that would have been like, again, I guess I didn't really think of it. If I thought about the book more before I went into it, I probably would have realized like, okay, this was written so long ago, but I didn't think about it. So when it started coming up, I was getting so annoyed from like, I don't know. I think it was like first at like maybe 20 pages in already. And I'm like, okay, I'll give it a shot. Like maybe it's just like a one-off. And then it kept happening. And it's like, oh my God. Like I was like, I want to give it a fair chance, but like I hate this book. And I ended up, I think, rating it 1 star just because my enjoyment level was like, I just
100% understandable. Yeah, I've done that with some classic books where like it's so overt, and I think there's some of the times there's the risk, especially if it's American classic detective fiction. Unfortunately, British, I think because they have such a homogenous like group during that time and like they often talk about the rich people, and so it's just a very homogenous kind of time. Whereas here in the U.S., especially like hard-boiled detective fiction, I'm always so nervous about starting that because I know of the various kind of trends that are known during that time. And there is a book that I read that the mystery was excellent. I was like, this was actually super amazing. However, I gave it 1 star because of just how overt the like sexism and the racism was in that book, that I'm like, no, like I know for a fact that there were other books published during that time that don't have all of this. So the suggestion that we should just be okay with it just because it's a brilliant mystery, I'm like, no, like that's not, like I've read books that don't have any of that were published in like 1940. So why? So it's just to each their own. Like any, I won't judge someone who necessarily wants to talk about the preservation and be like, oh, we can't compare, but like we're allowed to. So
yeah, that's a good point, that like we're allowed to kind of judge it based on our experiences. And now it's not like I'm saying it's a 1 star for everyone, but for me it's like a 1 star because I can't get past it. And it just drove me insane. So I'm not sure how I managed to go this long without reading any of the Chronicles of Narnia books.
Yeah,
I honestly forgot about them until you mentioned them. Like I haven't thought about them like in so long. I don't know why. I mean, well, it's never really come up to think about it. Like no one's really, at least no one that I follow really reads them anymore. I teach historical texts, and while the language may have been normalized, the people against whom it was used often knew it was not normal. That's true. Yeah, that is a good point.
Yeah. And so again, I am thoroughly enjoying this, and there's nothing that I'm seeing that's overtly horrific to the point where I'm viewing Stuart Palmer as a bad person. Like sometimes when you're reading things, you're like, this is us knowing a bit about the author I don't want to know about. Like, there's nothing racist or like anything like that. I think there's just, for instance, there's a description of like one character who like they describe as fat, which is just, kind of, again, this kind of weird thing. And then there was one comment about like the police office, like the inspector who isn't our main character, but he's kind of on the side. He says like to another policeman to like go off and like get more information from this woman. And he says something like, I don't care if you like make love to her or bribe her or chloroform her, which is obviously like, well, like now, you know what I mean? Which is like, who knows what the reference was back in 1931 or whatever it was. But obviously they were like, so that kind of thing where it's just like this off weird comment. And I'm just like, ugh. And then it just goes on. And there's like a lot of humorous. Meanwhile, Hildegard Withers is like this extremely like feminist, no nonsense woman who's like putting the inspectors in their place. So it's like when you're holding these two things, you're like, clearly he's showing strong women and he's okay with doing that. So it's like, so then these like off comments, it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder if he's trying to add the off comments like based on the times back then of like what that female main character would have like experienced at that time. Because from what you're saying, it doesn't sound like the author has those views, I guess.
Yeah, like, and I feel like to suggest chloroform, of course, in our modern day perspective, we're immediately thinking of a certain type of violence, specifically towards women or towards anyone where a predator is, coming after them in that way. Whereas like the suggestion of that time, like we'd have to look into what that means, in that time, if that reference existed where we would think of that type of violence, not that violence didn't occur then, but that type of like connecting the dots,
Yeah.
So yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. I'm interested for our buddy read of 1984 and how that goes and because it's been so long since I read 1984. I have no idea, like besides the general storyline, I have no idea like about little points like this. I wonder if anything will come up. It's going to be an interesting book to discuss for sure.
Who's reading that?
We're reading it in February. So Brittany and I have a Discord book club, and we're just adding it like as a bonus book because a few of us kind of wanted to read it. So I think it's Leandra, Coda, Brittany.
There's quite a few other people.
There's quite a few people who are kind of interested in reading it. So
yeah. So Nell, if you want to join us, you can join us if you've already read it. Just like be in the background. Because I know Bree mentioned that too. That she's like, I just kind of want to see what you all think.
I've never read it.
Really? Okay, so that's so interesting because we're discussing like who's read what classics for school and stuff like that, and it seems very different between like Canada and America, especially like what we actually read in school each year. So it was interesting. Did you read what's the other one? Animal Farm?
Neither one of those were required readings, I don't think.
Oh, okay,
It
okay.
might have been for like AP classes, but like for
Mhm.
honors classes, it wasn't a required reading.
Oh,
Not that
wow.
I would have read it anyway.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
escalated
it
quickly.
did. It did. Yeah, it escalated quickly, and I was like, "What is going on?" Yep, very much so.
Books themselves are historical artifacts reflecting the values of the time. Same thing with what is being published now. It reflects our values now. Yeah, and I always wonder that, like, will the books that currently are being written and read, are they going to age well 50 years from now? Like, it's just interesting. I wonder if it's going to be the same idea where, well, I feel like our books are very like accepting and very, but who knows? Like maybe in 50 years, ours won't age well. So
Yeah.
it's
Oh, for sure. And I've even like I think was it this year or last year I read this book that I was like, whoa, this didn't age well. And then it was published in 2016. I'm like, this isn't even 10 years old, and I'm already like this wouldn't be published the way that it was today.
Yeah.
Whereas in 2016, so we progress so quickly that which is good.
Yeah.
It's a good thing, you know what I mean? Like it's kind of nice when you look at something that hasn't aged well in a way, saying, look how far we've come. That doesn't mean
Yeah.
more to come later, but it's nice to be like, okay, at least we aren't where that was. Like, so yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Count me in for the Buddy Read of 1984. It is on KU. Oh my gosh, thank you. I was gonna get it for the library from the library. I did not expect that to be on KU, I must say. Jean's always coming through with like what's on KU. It's perfect. That is not what I expected. Okay, that saves me a library trip now. That's so funny. I'll have to put that in the Discord so that other people know, because I don't think that would be the usual search in KU.
Yeah, I feel like probably Internet Archive probably has an edition which is online and like on your computer. So if those who really need it, I feel like certain classics you get there too.
That's
I'm
true,
sure there's also
actually.
an audio on like YouTube.
Yeah,
a lot of
probably.
classics have audios just for free on YouTube, I've realized. So,
and I'm curious if it's on Scribd as well, like the audio on there, because I know a lot of people use Scribd. I'm gonna check. Yeah, it is. The audio is on Scribd too. So everyone has options. So this is going to be the last sprint. We'll just finish up. There's 2 more comments. Where I reread a book published in 1989 for the last room and was amazed at how progressive it was, especially considering it's published in 89 and not 2019. I'm curious which one this is. Let me know.
Yeah, very cool.
The audio used to be on Audible Plus. Okay, so quite a few options here.
Okay.
The audio is 100% here on YouTube. Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, I was gonna say, any audio for a classic that I've read, it like, if I've done immersive, I've always just got it from YouTube, because there's like no holds, no waits.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't even think of that. All right, so we're gonna jump into another 45-minute sprint, and this will be the last one. Okay, I'll see everyone in 45. Hello.
Hello.
How'd you do?
I read another 2 chapters, and so tonight, combined with Bree's sprints earlier and here, I read about 80 pages, which I'm very happy about. Yes. And I hope I didn't scare anyone away from this book. Especially Thomas, who like read a little bit in the beginning. Like, I'm really enjoying it. Like, especially now that we're getting into it a bit more. Like, Hildegard Withers, she is like such a dynamic character. I really like her. She's super smart and on top of things, and she's like assisting one of the inspectors, Inspector Piper, in like a really great way. And so like she's a really strong woman character, and there's like a lot of positives to this. So like I hope my like discussion of detective fiction, that like I'm a huge detective fiction reader, but
I didn't get deterred away from it. So I don't.
Okay.
I hope no one else did.
Yeah, because I'm having a lot of fun with it. And like it's really humorous, and there's like a lot of like intricate plots. Like we just had like a taxi cab chase. Like, so there is stuff that's happening like outside of the aquarium all of a sudden, and there was like a late night like kind of heist thing that happened where like the lights were off and they were like, someone's in here with us. So there's like moments of excitement too. So yeah, I'm really enjoying it.
That's good. I'm glad.
Trying to see. I think I read maybe like 5% during that sprint. I talked myself out of buying books from Target. I think I'm gonna wait because what I'm hoping is that Barnes Noble will do their what is it, like 30% off pre-orders in like January.
Oh yeah.
That instead. So it took me a while, but I talked myself out of buying it now and waiting until January. And then I read a little bit. And this book it's very interesting. It's very fast paced, but it's interesting. Like so far we've gone through like the history of like how money started, like how it's evolved. We've talked about like kind of like the backstory to like how insurance started, like life insurance and stuff, how that got started. And now we're slowly moving into like the beginning of like how the stock market became a thing. So it's very interesting hearing like the evolution and like the background as to how these things even came into existence.
Yeah, that'd be a super interesting book because I was actually just talking to my boyfriend, like, how does money, like, who decides the value, and why can't we just like give money to like governments to get them out of debt? Like, I understand we can't do that, but like, why? Like, what's the actual like reason? And he was trying to explain it to me, and I was like, it makes sense, but like,
I mean, basically, the short answer is that money as we know it doesn't actually have any value other than what we've decided it has.
That's what he was saying. So if it would lower the value or whatever.
Yeah. The more that there is in circulation, the less valuable it is. And the fact that it already doesn't have any real value to begin with. Because like before, money was like gold and silver and bronze. And it was actual like valuable like elements and stuff that you had to mine. But it's just paper now. Like it has zero value. It means absolutely nothing. We as a society just decided that it has meaning. Because even like they talk about like paper money and how before paper money used to be like a voucher. So you would take like your actual gold and give it to someone, and they would give you like a receipt saying like you just gave me 100 pounds of gold or whatever. And so that was like your paper money. It was a receipt for the actual like gold or silver or whatever it was you had. But then eventually they just stopped doing that. And they were like, no, we're just going to use paper. Like, forget about the gold. We're just going to use paper, which has no value at all.
And when you think about it too, like the money in your bank's not actually there. Like if we all tried to go to the bank to get our money out for whatever reason, it would not actually be there. It's a figure.
They talk about that too.
Yeah, it's scary when you start thinking about it too much.
There was in the book that I just read, Starter Villain, which is interesting. They were talking about how like, you know, all those like people who say that they're like a certain net worth, like, oh, they're worth like millions of dollars. It's like, no, like they actually don't have that money. And if they went out and like took their money out of stocks and everything, well, suddenly the price would drop and it would be all like, it's like, so no, like they're worth something, but they don't actually ever have that amount of money with them. And I remember I had this professor once who said, like specifically in the US, that like the middle class is kind of like this fake suggestion that we even have it. Because again, like if suddenly like all of the banks were like, okay, I want all the money that you owe us. So like loans, like house loans, car loans, student loans, everything, the middle class would be obliterated because it doesn't actually exist. Like we kind of have this false suggestion that like this class system exists when it's like, all of us are like living on money that we don't have. It is Oh my
That's
gosh, don't
very
get me started. This freaks me out.
I know when I think about it too much.
Yeah,
Mhm.
loans was another thing they covered. They covered like how loans even became a thing, like how that got started. It's a lot that because this book isn't that long, but there's so much that they cover, and they give you like the history of like how a lot of these things started, and it's fascinating.
Yeah, and I understand how it might convince you to put aside the Target purchases. Like, I feel like when you start thinking about money, you're like, maybe I shouldn't be spending money.
Yeah, you're literally listening while you're Black Friday shopping.
Yeah.
But I mean, if money has no value, you may as well spend it, right?
And that's what I was thinking too. I'm
crazy.
just like, I mean, I guess my biggest fear is like, because this has happened before. They talked about it, like they briefly talked about, like it was like a mention, but they didn't really get too deep into it. But like, what would happen? Like, what would our lives be like if they suddenly decided that the money that we use no longer has any value? Like, what would we do? Like, you think about all the money that you have in the bank or that you have invested into stocks or in your 401k. If they suddenly decide that the US dollar like means nothing, which I mean it doesn't, if they suddenly decide that like, yeah, this is just a piece of paper and it means nothing, what do we do? Like all these hours that we're working, we're saving, if it ends up meaning nothing, like that's the existential like spiral that I go down.
Yeah, especially because we're like getting even farther away from physical money anyway, like paper money. Like, how many times do you actually spend anything with physical cash these days, which is crazy to think about. Or even exchange rates. Like, I always think about like there's a system to it, but a lot of it feels arbitrary. Like, why is like the Canadian dollar like as far as its equivalent or lack of for the US dollar, or like when I went over to Europe, I like suddenly like I lost money because like the euro is like worth more and like all of these things, and it's just like
I hope that they do cover that, and if they haven't gotten into like currency exchange rates and stuff, I don't know if that's coming at some point, but that would be interesting to learn more about. But they did talk about the fact that when they switched from like gold to paper money, there were a lot of people that were kind of like, for lack of better words, like ass out because they had all this gold, and then whoever was in charge, like the emperor or the king or whoever, was like, we're not using gold anymore. We're no more of that. So all these people that had all this gold or silver or whatever saved up, they now it basically means nothing and they can't do anything with it. So I'm like, what if that happens to us and they decide that like Bitcoin is going to be the new thing?
I was just thinking of Bitcoin. Like, what if that became the next thing, and then money's like, oh, whatever.
Yep.
Yeah. So, it's 11 o'clock at night. These are the discussions we get on in sprints.
It's always like, these are the late night thoughts.
Yeah.
This and the classic books that
I know, we're just going into the hard-hitting topics this evening, guys.
seriously. I find it depends on what was banned when you were going to school. I didn't read Catcher in the Rye or To Kill a Mockingbird till recently they were banned. I read both for school actually. So that's interesting. That's true. A good point that like different times you would have read different things maybe. Because Jean and I don't know if Jean grew up where Jean currently lives in Ontario. So we're not that far apart. I think Jean's closer to like Toronto area. I'm not, but we're in the same province. So that's interesting because I know we're different ages. So maybe that's like, maybe it was banned at that time. And then when I was in school, it wasn't banned. So it's very interesting. This was part of the Vladimir series. The series has disability rep, LGBTQ rep, and covers all the letters. A feminist, has characters of color. Nice. Many are main protagonists in their respective books in the series. It's not a masterpiece of literature and isn't for everyone, but it was very progressive. And the book I read last time also addressed the need for mental health resources and medical care for people in general at some point in their lives. Okay, well, that is pretty progressive then.
Yeah,
I
that's
didn't
awesome.
expect that actually, but I don't really know a lot about that series. I must be honest.
No, I never heard of it. I don't think, unless I like saw the cover and I'm like, oh, I recognize it. I don't recognize it as.
I'm pretty sure I actually read it as Vladimir when I. I'm so tired. So it's Valdemar, I think.
Yeah.
Is the pronunciation.
Were you like imagining like vampires?
Well, I think I'm tired, so I'm just like reading.
Yeah.
I also got ready for bed and I have my retainer in, so the list doesn't help either. Sorry, everyone. Just saying thank you. Bree read 2 chapters, about 50 pages. Nice. Sarah only has 25 pages left in Legends and Latte. I'm going to stay up so I can finish. It's been such a cute read. Oh, I'm so glad you're liking it. Neva loved this book. It was good. Like I rated it 4 stars. It's not like my favorite book of all time by any means, but it was really cute.
Mm-hmm.
Read over 300 pages today. Wow.
Oh my
I
gosh.
certainly did not. It felt like it with my font, but I certainly did not. Yeah, that's amazing. 20 pages left. Nice. 5% more of a Dark and Hollow Star. Everyone's almost done here. I also went to Catholic high school. I did too, actually. And I was actually kind of shocked at some of the books we read. And my mom, who, well, obviously my mom's older than me by 30 years. My mom was actually surprised at some of the books we read, like I read during school, that she did not read. So it's interesting how times change over the years and you just read different books and different books are banned or not banned later on.
And it all depends too, like who's in charge of the school at the time.
That's true.
Like certain admin stuff. Like which parents have been more vocal the generation before that have caused certain things to go on. Yeah,
definitely. Its fantasy series started in the early 80s. Okay, I'm gonna have to look this up.
Yeah, you might want to try who is it? Ursula K. Le Guin. I don't know how to say her last name because it looks French. But I only read one book by her, The Left Hand of Darkness, but that one was impressively progressive for its time too. And I can't remember when it was published, but there was like the suggestion of like androgynous characters or fluidity in gender, which was really like impressive for the time. Like I was really impressed when I read it a few years ago. So yeah, like I've heard that she's a really progressive author. For like sci-fi, like she's won a bunch of Hugo Awards. What is that called?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes, that one.
They also banned Connecticut Yankee and King Arthur's Court. Okay. See, I didn't read that for school, and I honestly don't remember what was banned back in high school. To be honest, do either of you remember like what was? I just remember the books we read. I don't remember what was banned because I don't know at that time if I had any. I was very into like romance, those like cheesy ones around that time, or fantasy like vampire stuff. So like that's about it. And then whatever we read for school, I read. So
I definitely would not have been keeping up with what was banned because I wasn't even reading the books we were supposed to be reading, let alone worrying about what we couldn't read.
I know. I was either like reading them way faster than like what they wanted. And I'm like, I just want to read, like you would get stuck reading those 5 chapters a night. And I'm like, I want to read the whole thing. Or you read the book and not want to even read the 5 chapters. So it's like either one or the other. I actually had this one teacher in grade 12 and we read, I don't remember what Shakespeare book, but we had to memorize a whole, like, basically almost a whole chapter of, and like recite it out loud. And that was part of our grade. And you had to like, and you know, Shakespeare writing isn't exactly like, it's English, but it's like very interesting English. And like we had to recite it back, like memorize, like you could not look at a page, anything. And we practiced for like weeks on end. And that was like part of your grade. So
Interesting.
Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, interesting, she said.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. My teacher, that was like my least favorite English teacher. Everyone like warned me in grade 12, like you're going to get this English teacher. And I was never looking forward to. My sister was 2 years older and like warned me, like you're going to have to do this. Like it was the same. So throughout the years, everyone knew when you got to his class, you would be reciting this one. I don't know if he really liked the meaning of maybe that part of it, the book, but yeah, everyone knew about it. It was.
I was going to say, Leandra, you teach English, right?
Yeah, so I would never make anyone. Well, you know what? There's one of those things where I actually. So when I teach, I like try to pride myself on the idea of scaffolding. So if I do have students do something to that caliber, I would have them do smaller assignments leading up to it. Like, for instance, in that case, I'd have them maybe memorize 5 lines and then practice
That's kind of
presenting
how
that.
we kind of practiced to do
Yeah.
it. Like you'd get time
Okay.
in class to kind of like, it wasn't like, here, take this home, memorize it by Tuesday. Like it was kind of like,
Yeah.
okay, you have a few weeks to kind of like, and you could practice with it in front. Like he wasn't that evil, but like I
But I'm
just
curious, like from a teacher's perspective, what would be the purpose of making your student
True.
memorize this monologue? Like, how does that benefit them from an educational standpoint?
Yeah, so I
maybe
don't.
public
I'm
speaking, like kind of. But that's not really
yeah,
public
but even then, that type of public speaking, I think that like I might be in the minority. I'm not sure if there's any other educators in the comments, but I'll give you a perspective. So when I was in my master's, I took a Shakespeare course, and this thing about this is master's level. We're all adults, and our professor, amongst our like various kind of finishing assignments, we had to memorize a monologue that had to be, I remember he originally said it had to be somewhere between like 30 to 35 lines, like like minimum or something. And I remember I had to do something, I chose something from what was it, Much Ado About Nothing or 12th Night, one of those. And I remember when we were doing it, like I did it fine, but I also have background in public speaking and other types of forums. But some students genuinely struggled, and you could tell that it wasn't, oh, like they didn't try, or they didn't, it's just, you know, there's certain anxieties, they didn't sign up for that. And for me, I'm like, unless you've signed up for a performative course, something in the fine arts where you're going to be practicing it, we've signed up for a literature course. So even though I did fine on this assignment, I actually don't think it's ethical to make students do that kind of performative thing when they didn't sign up for that type of course, because they like, you know, none of us were like getting our master's in theater. None of us were like on the stage going to be performing anything. We are here to sit down and analyze and focus on literature, not be the performers. And so I'm like, it'd be completely different if we were in a fine arts course where we practiced doing it and creating. But I was kind of like this, like, I don't know, for me, I was like, this doesn't make sense to me. And it was excruciating. Like I remember a friend of mine in class, when we were watching other people like struggling, we were like, this is making all of us uncomfortable, because we all were just like, we could see the anxiety, feel it, and it was like secondhand, and it was the most excruciating couple of hours because everyone had to go in our master's program. So I personally don't think that it makes sense unless, again, you're taking it as an elective, you're doing something performative, like taking a dance course, taking a creative writing course, or like a theater course. Then it's like, I know that I'm performing. But when I sign up for a course, I'm not. And so, and I think public speaking is really important. I actually think that that's a course that we don't include enough and require. Like my first public speaking course was in undergrad, and I think that it was extremely beneficial, even though it was nerve-wracking. But you knew entering that was the purpose of the course, that the person was training you to do this. But just kind of throwing it up and being like, okay, suddenly you've got to perform in front of everyone when you've never intended to ever be an actor. You never wanted to do that. You know, it's like, now you're just torturing people. And I again, this is my personal preference, but people can disagree with me in the comments. But as an educator, I wouldn't require it unless it was clear to the students signing up that that's something that they'd have to do.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I was figuring. That's why I was like, what would be the purpose of that? Like, why would a professor or a high school teacher like make their students? What's the purpose of making them memorize it? First of all, like I just think back to like when I was in like chemistry, for example. When I was in like 11th grade or 10th grade chemistry, we had to memorize a periodic table, and that was like a big deal. You had to like fill it in. Like that was. Like,
I remember that.
And then when I was a chem major, I remember like my first day of school, like of college, like freshman year, literally my bio and my chemistry teacher told me like the first day of school, they were like, there's no reason for you to memorize the periodic table. That's completely pointless, because if you're going to be working in a lab, there's a periodic table in the lab. There's no reason to memorize, because it's probably on the wall. So it's like the fact that my high school teachers had me memorizing this thing that I don't need to memorize. That's just like kind of what my mind went back to when you were saying that your teacher had you memorize like these Shakespeare. It's like, what is the point? How is this going to benefit you?
I honestly think high school is a lot of just like they're trying to teach you how to memorize things, and like I don't really know the purpose of all that, because there wasn't that much memorization in my like post-secondary, like college and university. I found like we didn't need that much memorization. I mean, it's more so learning how to like find the answer and then applying it.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like high school learning to memorize is kind of a bit pointless. I don't feel like I have a better memory at all because of that. But back to my English teacher. So luckily he didn't make us do it in front of the whole class. Like it was like you got pulled into the hallway, you did it in front of him only, and then like he wasn't torturing us to that
Oh my
level.
gosh, it's so
Like,
much better. Yeah, no, genuinely, that's
let
what we had to
us
do. We had to sit and watch, and I was like, I'm watching someone's horrific memory.
Yeah,
like, this is
thank
not
God, because
Yeah.
everyone probably would have had a panic attack. So, but someone actually pointed out, I want to pull it up because, apparently it's a thing. So, yes, it was the Hamlet soliloquy, and I guess in Canada it's a thing where we all had to do this. It seems
Interesting. So
And
yeah, it
I'm
must be
curious
some
to know why.
assessment.
Yeah,
I
I
would be
don't know
curious to know
why, but that's very interesting because that's so Nova Scotia is where they're from,
Okay.
and I'm in Ontario, so it seems like a maybe Canada-wide thing. Maybe
Yeah.
I'll ask Brittany if she also did it. But yeah, it's just super weird. I wonder if it's still going on or not.
Yeah, and it could just goes to show you too, like government assessments. You know, like we've got
I
state
know.
assessments here in the U.S. and like regions and things, and you probably have something similar in like your provinces in Canada. And it's just like,
What's the
these people are they educators or are they politicians who work in the Department of Education? And you know what I mean. So sometimes I'm like, unless you were an educator for say 30 plus years, should you be the person telling us how to assess others? And so again, I'm not sure how this works, but. Yeah.
And that's why I asked you because I'm like, it may just be that I'm ignorant, like because I'm not an educator. There may be things that I don't understand from that perspective. That's why I asked him, like, well, you're an educator, so like, what do you think about this? Because maybe there's something I'm missing.
Yeah,
I also I speak from a point where I teach an undergrad too, which is very fortunate. So I don't have as many restraints and like, those types of things. So I don't know how it would work in like K through 12. And there's a reason why I don't teach in K through 12 because I know how restrictive it can be. So I am very lucky that I can kind of choose what my course is and I wouldn't subject my students to it because there's no assessment forcing me to. Whereas, as we mentioned,
so I guess it wasn't really the teacher that was the only teacher for grade 12. Everyone got this one teacher. So I guess it wasn't really him. It was like a requirement. And they just have to follow that sort of requirement. So
yeah,
but I don't really get the point of it. I mean, because it actually takes a lot of time to memorize. So it was a chapter, but it was like a short chapter. So I would say like line wise, it was like maybe like 25 lines ish.
Yeah.
So that takes a decent amount of memorization, right? So like when you think about it, the homework you have every night, like you're spending so much time away from maybe your other classes to just memorize this pointless little Shakespeare poem, not little Shakespeare poem, but you get what I mean. Like instead of maybe like looking at it and like what's the meaning of it, like kind of trying to understand, like not just memorizing it for like, oh, check that off the list and then never remember it again. It's out of your mind.
Yeah, and I feel like it runs the risk of you like resenting the material and you maybe not doing it.
That's actually so true. Yeah.
Like people who
after that, I never wanted to read Shakespeare again. Yeah.
Yeah. Or don't want to go into STEM because they think they have to memorize all of these scientific things where it's like to an extent you have to be knowledgeable of this. But the suggestion that like you won't be a successful person in a lab because you can't memorize the periodic table is like that's not how that works.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, that's so
very
true.
interesting. I want to go to the people that like create these curriculums and just be like, why?
I think they don't know what else to teach us in high school. They're like, all right, let's throw that in. It's easy for the teachers to, get them. Because at least in my high school, a lot of teachers were like kind of thrown around. It wasn't like always like you get chem this year, you get chem next year. There were some, but there were some that were like gym, and then they're like in French, and then they're in English. And it's like, I feel like certain teachers teach certain subjects better. And they enjoy it more, and when you enjoy your subject you teach it better. So instead of throwing teachers around, like I get it, like people move and you have to kind of adjust, but I feel like some of my teachers were like kind of thrown around, so you could tell that certain subjects they didn't really like more than others. So
for sure.
Yeah. We had to memorize a prologue of Canterbury Tales when I was in high school. I don't even remember what CT is about
Me
now. I
either.
definitely have it, and we'll reread it one day. Yeah, that's the thing. It goes out of your mind right after. So what's the point? I'd rather like really try to understand, because I think what would have been more helpful is to like really understand Shakespeare's writing, because I never understood that. It would have been better to like digest it and kind of try to figure out the meaning of it rather than memorize it, because that did nothing for me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just think about
Plus,
the time that was spent memorizing that. It's
Yeah.
time that could have been spent learning something valuable. Like
Yeah.
even if like you was like, you said you don't remember it now, like you probably couldn't recite it right now if we asked you. But it's like if you could, it would be nice if whatever it is that came out of your mouth was
I knew
something
what
that's
it
like
meant.
important or like valuable. Like if we had you memorize,
Yeah.
I don't know, all 50 states, like that's something that's valuable information. Like you should know what states are in the country that
Yeah.
you live in, or all the provinces, in
Yeah.
Canada states. Like that's something that's valuable. So if you recite that, at least that's information that's important versus
Yeah.
you reciting something from Shakespeare. It's like, what is the importance of this? Who cares?
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah.
And even like gaining like you've got to gain the lessons from it, because there are important lessons from like Shakespeare and other places, but it's on the teacher to teach you that, because like it's like why, like I don't know, I'm of the kind of placement where I want, like, you don't have to remember every single element of like an essay or a story that I'm teaching you, but if you remember the gist of it, if you remember like what's important that you need to take from it and why I'm giving it to you, like I'm not giving it to you just to give busy work, just to do a markup. Whereas if like teachers are kind of making you think that, then it's like, then they're not doing their jobs appropriately, because like nothing that they give you should feel as though it's just being done to get done. Like there should be some value in it. Like I'm so grateful I took that Shakespeare course. Like the teacher was great beyond that one element. Like he knew his stuff. I thought I learned so much. He even encouraged us to watch Shakespeare. He's like, go, I want you to read this play, but go watch it. Go borrow the audiobook. Like you're supposed to interact with theater in that way, which I loved because you never see that. And then he just had this weird thing. And I'm like, why? Like you were so good until you weren't. Like, what are you doing? So anyway.
Agreed. Don't see the educational value. Yep.
Yeah, and that's a failure on the teacher, not on the student.
Yeah.
Like I think about like this is just a random thing, but like I think about like the Spanish alphabet. I can recite the Spanish alphabet like in song form because I remember learning it in 6th grade, and it's something that has just stuck with me that I can sing it like right now. And that has like value. Like if I needed to write something in Spanish, if I was trying to communicate in Spanish, like that's something important. It wasn't like a random thing that I did in 6th grade that I'm never going to use again. Like I have used it since then.
Yeah.
I totally agree. I don't know if things have changed now and they more so focus on actually, because certain things I did find helpful in high school, like they taught us kind of how to like write notes well and stuff like that. Like one of my teachers for philosophy is really good about like trying to get you to like memorize, or not memorize, like summarize notes and stuff like that from what you're reading, which was very helpful when I got to university. So there were certain teachers that kind of like did prepare you very much. And then there were certain ones who just like kind of followed the curriculum, and then that's about it. I was in British Lit course in uni where a fellow classmate had a major panic attack while giving a presentation. He quit uni after that. Public performance should not be mandatory outside of acting.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's, I've heard, no, not as severe cases, but like some people I went to school with like ended up dropping courses or switching courses because they didn't want that public speaking part of it. And mine didn't have a lot of public speaking, so that's saying something. Like people tend to not like it.
Yeah. And like we've gotten a lot better about accommodations. Like if people do have certain like anxiety or disorders or something, like even like I can't speak of it too openly because of, protections, but like I have some students in my classroom across my various courses that like I'll get letters from the accommodations from the service, like disability services and other things, knowing that, hey, like they need to be able to leave the room to take medication, or they need to be exempt from certain types of coursework, or like just given an alternative assignment if can be, maybe an extension, like other things. And so like with this kind of stuff, or like given notes ahead of time so that they know what to prepare, like give them a certain amount of time in advance prior to other students so that they know what to expect. And so we're a lot better about it. But I agree that as far as like even like public speaking, that is so crucial, but to require it, like, I feel like it should be like one of those things where you're required to take these 3 courses. You choose
And you
2 out of
pick which
3.
one. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you choose
Because
not to
then
take
you
public
can
speaking-
choose that, and like if you want to get better at public speaking, you can,
Mhm.
but you don't have to. You have a few other options.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure.
And
And I
we're
also
all on the
found
same
like
page. We're all like,
for
yes.
there was a ton of dumb electives in my
Mm.
college courses.
Mhm.
It was like, oh, I don't even remember, but I took a few dumb ones over the years, and it's just like, what is this?
100%.
Like, there was a few that I liked. Like, I did a victimology one, which was like weird. That was it was an elective, but
Mhm.
like it was interesting. But then I did another one, just it was like on like interpersonal relationships, and it was like just kind of like, what is this actually? It was interesting, but what does it actually have to do with anything I'm studying? Nothing.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
I
Yeah.
wish that I had taken more like random electives. I didn't have space
Really?
in my schedule because I was doing like a major and a minor, and my minor had nothing to do with my major. So
Yeah.
they did like overlap like
I did.
curriculum.
Mhm.
So I didn't have
Oh,
space
okay.
to like take like all the extra like social type of classes that you
So
take.
maybe I should be grateful that I got to take a lot of these, because I was looking at it like, what does this actually do? Because like certain ones, so I had a lot that were like mandatory, like public speaking, communications. I had one like about like how to like resume write, like, and just like organizational
Mhm.
ones and stuff. But some of my electives, I was like, well, this is pointless for me to take. Like I had one where it was like this reading course, and you just had to like read a book and like write like an essay on it basically. And that was all it is. And I always found those like pointless because they were taking away from the other classes. But like
Mhm.
maybe I shouldn't look at it that way.
Yeah, I always try to tell my students that it's like we had this huge discussion about how, especially like nowadays, you're getting more like practical majors where you can see the beeline, like vocational work or just where it goes into, and then these kind of more obscure social sciences or other types of arts are kind of, if you have to cut a program, those tend to be what's cut. And just discussing how, like at least in the US, there's oftentimes like gen eds, general education courses that you're required. Like you've got to take at least two histories, 2 sciences, whatever. And a bunch of my students are like, oh, like, this is so frustrating that we've got to do this. I just want to do what my major is, which I totally understand. And like a lot of it's depending on the teachers that you have and how they show you the importance of how it teaches you to be like a well-rounded citizen, a well-rounded person, and like thinking critically. But I remember I had this one student who she's like, oh, well, we should have like all of the electives should be, like optional, where maybe you do again like 3 out of the 5 or something. I'm like, okay, well, which subject should be optional? And I did put her on the spot, but she was like, oh, like history. And I was like, no, I was like, that should not be optional. I was like, I know you're coming from a certain perspective where you don't understand it, but like if we make history optional, first of all, K through 12, you still can't guarantee that people know anything. Like you hear people talking about history on the street and you're like, what were you not in school? Like, how'd you not learn this? So the suggestion of making it optional in college is also even crazy. But I'm like, it oftentimes like harms, say, like those who are like of minority groups, those who've experienced depression or any other type of like discrimination, like all of these different things. I'm like, we're erasing their history if you're suggesting that history should be optional.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm like, so depending on the subject, like, yes, it's not your favorite. Like history isn't my favorite subject. I was never good at it in school. And I didn't understand it until now that I'm like an adult. I'm like, no, it is really important. Just because you're not good at it doesn't mean you shouldn't learn it. But it's really tough. But my best argument is that just makes you a well-rounded person, like learning and also affirming what you like, that you're on the right path. Like what if you suddenly take an elective and you adore it and you're like, oh, maybe I actually should do this.
Yeah. And I also kind of believe that you shouldn't necessarily love every class you take. Like there's going to be some, which is good because then you get used to like learning and doing things that you wouldn't usually do or that you don't like. Because the real world, let's be honest, like we all have things in our job that we don't love and you still have to do it.
Yep.
So it kind of teaches you like you're not going to like everything you do in your job.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's definitely true that you should like take classes. Like you shouldn't cut things out that you haven't tried before. Like you should be open to trying things. Because like that's how I ended up landing like in my career field. I took a class that was required that I didn't actually have any interest in, but I had to take it as part of like the curriculum. And then I was like, oh, this is actually really cool. And that's what I decided to do with my career.
Nice. Yeah. See, and like you wouldn't have even known if you didn't take
Exactly.
that. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
According to Google, the purpose of memorization assignments exercise are to help train your brain to retain more knowledge. Like a muscle, the more you exercise, the more it's capable of. So I do agree. Okay, let me actually finish your. Oh, whoops. Same reason we play memory games as kids, match games, etc. So I do agree if there's a purpose for the memorization. I find high school and college and university had a lot of like memorize this, then forget it, and memorize this, and then forget it, and memorize it. So because you can't remember everything, you have to kind of like, okay, that's done. Let me focus on this. So I do think that some things are pointless to memorize, especially if you're in the real world, if you're going to have access to it. Like, I don't know, like the periodic table. Like, if you're going to have access to it, why are we wasting our time memorizing that? Like, we should be focusing on memorizing something else when we have access to that.
Yeah. And there is like an understanding where as like humans, our memories are getting worse, like because of technology, because the written word, like that's when our memory started getting worse, when we suddenly were able to write things down and we didn't have to keep it in our brains. And so like it makes sense that we need to protect it. The one thing I think is then we should be instituting certain type of memorization measurements K through 12, where like I feel like it's so random that it's like, oh, suddenly you might go a year not having this type of task, and then suddenly a professor or a teacher is like, now you have to memorize this thing. And it's like, if we made it a habitual thing, then it actually also lessens the pressure because everyone knows that this is something that you do. You've been doing it since you were a child. Whereas like I feel like there are moments where we suddenly don't have this type of task, and then suddenly you do, and you're like, the anxiety immediately spikes, you know? So yeah, but I totally respect the idea of trying to like regain our memory, because like our attention spans are going down, our memory capacity is going down. Like there's all these studies proving it, which isn't great to know. That's not, not
and it's proven that like the more you practice your memory, the better it gets, and you kind of keep it, which I do agree with Coda's comment. Like it is good. It just like we should be adjusting what we're actually memorizing in school to figure out what's actually important.
It's not the memorization that's the issue. It's what's being memorized. Like, make sure that what you're memorizing is something that's useful or valuable.
Like certain things like memorizing like the provinces here, or I guess states there, like you memorize that and you kept it in your memory because it's actually important. And like that is a good thing to learn. You want to know all the provinces or states. Like that is a good memorization, but like memorizing Shakespeare is not really
like, how are you using that today?
Yes, it's just teach you to memorize and then forget it, because I remember a few weeks later I could recite bits and pieces, but I couldn't even recite the whole thing. Must be a Canada thing. I still have the to be or not to be. Yeah, that's how it started. Oh no, you had to perform in front of your whole class. Okay, you had an evil teacher, because I did not have to do that. But I still thought my teacher was evil. Had Spanish teacher who put students in front of the class, interrogates them in Spanish. She'd yell, I'm not going to even try to
like another time, right? Or again,
until a student got it right. As an extrovert and combative, I loved it, but others cried. Yeah, I guess it also depends on the type of person you are, because some people like that kind of
like helps
learning,
them,
and some people do not. I would say ideally teachers would not do that, because most people wouldn't like it. That's awful. I also read Waiting for
Godot.
Okay, Godot, and we had to write and perform a play with similar themes in front of the class. Yeah, I hated that. I'm an American, and I had to memorize Shakespeare, sonnets, and monologues. I also had to act out parts of Shakespeare to pass my English class in high school. I loathed it, as I am too shy. Yeah, see, that's the thing. They mix like English with drama sometimes, and it's like if you're in English, you don't necessarily want to be doing the drama aspect. So
yeah, and I think that could be a thing where maybe it also depends on the country, I think, because I think I'm also thinking like in the UK, they can have like drama and theater as courses in high school, whereas here we have meshed it with English because like the arts and stuff. So like I didn't have any like my high school didn't offer theater courses in high
Oh
school.
wow.
Yeah, we
Okay.
didn't have that. You could like there was like the optional like extracurricular play you could perform and do that. But like our kind of extracurriculars in course was like art, tech, and I think like band or choir, chorus, but like nothing theater. Like we didn't have
Oh,
that.
okay.
And
See, we had
so
that where you could choose like either art, theater, or music. So you like could choose one of those. You didn't have to do all of them. You just had to do one each
Mhm.
year. So you could like
Yeah.
kind of switch. And I did that like one year I did art, one year I did drama. Like I switched it, but you could do the same one over and over again. And that's so interesting. I didn't know that America didn't have like a specific drama course.
Yeah,
or
I think it
theater.
probably depends on the school. Like I don't know if Nell, if you had that in your school, but
Yeah, I
our
went to a
we didn't have
magnet
it.
school.
So you
So
didn't have
our school was kind of like college where you have like a major and
Oh,
that's what you
yeah.
do all those years. So like when I was in high school, my major was culinary. So I had like regular classes like, you know, English and math and history,
Yeah.
whatever. But like I had culinary class that I had to go to every day. Or like some people had cosmetology class, or we had dance, we had carpentry, we had
cool.
theater, we had
Yeah.
chorus, we had art, we had literary arts, like so
Yeah, cool. That actually sounds really interesting.
I love the late night talks because we get on like different tangents. It's so
Yeah,
fun.
like I can't remember the last time we talked about a book. Like,
Oh yeah, like an hour ago. Well, I didn't even know until I was an adult that Soliloquy was Hamlet, contemplating suicide, etc. No one explained it that. So yes, I did know that, but I didn't understand like each line, like the language. I guess like I understood the general theme of it, but I didn't understand what each line meant. So it's like, okay, now I go to the next Shakespeare. I mean, that was my last year of reading it. But again, like we read it from grade 9 to 12 different ones. And it's like, I read it, but I don't understand it really. I understand the theme, but I don't understand for next year how to like actually understand the language.
I also did not know that that's what that soliloquy was about. I just learned that just now.
Yeah, a lot of the Shakespeare themes are kind of dark, I feel like.
Yeah.
So
it's interesting to have high school students memorizing something like that.
It is. It is.
And it also goes to show you that they're having to memorize something they don't realize. Like that's such a serious, important topic. This idea of like, and if you're not telling your students what that's actually talking about, that is really weird.
Yeah, like I understood the theme, but like when I was reciting that part, like some of it I understood, but some of the language I'm like, I don't get this line whatsoever.
Yeah.
I think like because some of it was like really easy to digest, like certain lines. I found the start and the end kind of like narrative, but the middle it was like just like I have no idea what's going on here.
I remember in YouTube there was like, it was years and years ago because I was like in high school or something, maybe earlier, but there was like a very popular YouTube channel where it was like, if so and so had a gay friend. And it was like a gay best friend. And it was like, if Ophelia, I think, had a gay best friend, because if I can't remember this, because I haven't read the tragedies in a really long time, but I think she ends up committing suicide as well.
Yeah.
Or she takes her own life. And like they recreate the scene where like coming out of the side is like this like very flamboyant character. And he's like, honey, there is something. What did he say? He's like, yeah, something's rotten in Denmark, and it's his piss poor attitude. And like basically saving Ophelia's life, being like, this is what these women needed. They needed some reason to stop them from like doing these horrible things.
Yeah.
And so because like every like most women in Shakespeare are like, they experience horrific things on top of everything else that happens. But yeah.
Now that I think more about it, that comment about like how, or I don't know if one of you said it, like how high school students were reading this, like we started in grade 9 with Romeo and Juliet, like some love story, but it's really not a love story whatsoever. So it's very interesting that those books weren't banned, but certain other ones were. Yeah, it's interesting. In high school foreign language classes, students had to give 5 minutes monologues in front of the whole school. Oh my God, I would die. And I can still perform a monologue about German piano tuner, so helpful in real life, right? Like,
that's exactly my point.
Oh my God. I actually have the worst story. Like, so basically I took in grade 11, I think, like this creative writing class, and we had to write like a very personal poem about your life or about yourself. And the teacher didn't say we were reading it out loud to the class. Like you just had to write it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like there was no, I thought we're handing it in and that's it, right? And then we hand it in and it's like, no, you're all reading it in front of the whole class. And I was like, this is a joke, right? And like people refused to, but like basically it was going to fail you on that grade, and it was like 30% of your grade. And me being the goody two shoes, I was like, okay, I'm going to read it. But like I was like, this is just too personal. Like it wasn't that personal, but I guess at that point, like I was talking about how like, you know, in high school, like you feel really insecure and like you're trying to fit it, and like it was just like not that like crazy, but like you're trying to like make it very like poetic and stuff, so it just was like so embarrassing to read. And like I was one of the only ones who did it because I mean I'm not gonna fail my grade, like I'm just gonna do it. But it was so embarrassing, and I'm like, this is literally like this would not happen nowadays. Sorry?
I said, I wonder if that teacher ever got like in trouble for that. Like,
no, not back then, but now probably.
Yeah, because imagine if like a student was writing about something that's like really personal, like maybe they're like, you know, confused about their sexuality and they're writing about it, you're making them out themselves, or they're writing about the fact that their parents are getting a divorce, or you know what I mean, like there are things that like, you don't want to read from you know your class or your school or whatever.
I know.
It's like you making them read this out loud is not.
I know. I was so glad. I'm like, mine's not really that bad. Like, I didn't read about anything that crazy. So I like read it, but it still felt like very personal to be reading in front of everyone. So it was.
Especially because like the audience, like your fellow classmates, they don't know how to react, you know, so you're subjecting everyone to this kind of discomfort of not knowing how to process when like the whole idea was it was meant to be an outlet for you to,
and that's why I took the course, because like I really liked writing, and I think that kind of put me off after that of writing or taking any future writing courses, because like I was kind of scared that like other people would be reading my stuff when I didn't expect it. So yeah, it was a little disappointing. This is making me remember all the memorization performances. In one English class we had to memorize 250 lines and perform at a lot of cheers during that too. Yeah, I cried so much in high school for like memorization and like just being stressed and feeling like college and university are going to be like that, and they were completely different. So no, I don't think it matters that we were forced to memorize. Wasn't helpful. Like I said, I don't remember it anyway. Yeah.
But it's like, if you did, it would be nice if it was something that you could actually use.
Yes.
And if it was something that you could actually use, you probably would remember it.
Yes. Like the provinces, states, like you were saying, Spanish, like you remember the numbers. So, yeah, for sure. Did you have to remember the like not the periodic table, multiplication table? Like you had to memorize like how to not multiply it almost, but like we had to draw out the table and like kind of. I'm trying to remember what exactly.
I remember having to like memorize like the quadratic equation and things like that, and I'm like, I don't need that.
Like, we have calculators.
Yeah, like in my life, there's no reason why I would need to use letters for numbers like in my daily life. So it's just at the time it was like a good exercise. Like I actually really liked math, but when you really think about it, you're like I don't need it in the way that they were like, oh, again, like memorize this formula, when if I needed it for my job, they would give me a formula sheet because it would be important and they wouldn't want me to mess up in case I was having an off day and like didn't remember it correctly or something.
Yeah, I know. And like I'm in accounting, and I do not do manual math in my head. Like I'll do a little bit of math, like if it's like, I don't know, like 2 times 8 or like 3 times 10, like obviously those stuff I know. But if it's like, it's a lot of times like 1,000 0.56 times, like I'm not doing that in my head, and I'm not writing it down. It's way quicker to use a calculator, and it's 100% accurate as long as you type right. So so useless. That's probably exactly why I have great memory for things I'm passionate about. Lyrics take up a lot of space because I love to sing. Yeah, so we like kind of remember what we care about, and I can't say that Shakespeare is one of those.
Exactly. If it's something that you're passionate about, or if it's something that you have to use often, you're
Yeah.
likely going to remember it, whether you want to forget it or not. You're likely like I don't want to necessarily remember the Spanish alphabet, but I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to be able to say all of She's the Man, but I can.
That's so true. That or Mean Girls. Like the amount of
Yeah.
times I've watched Mean Girls, like not even recently, like years ago, and I still could recite it.
Yep.
We memorized the lyrics to One Week by Bare Naked Ladies in theater for our vocal warm-up when I was in high school. I still remember. Yeah, songs I remember like super easily. Even if I listened to it 10 years ago, I'll remember the lyrics.
I think there's like a science behind that. Like there's some kind of like science with the brain or whatever, how you remember things better when it's like in a rhythm or something. I don't know what
yes.
but there is a science behind that.
That makes sense because I literally remember like almost every song lyrics.
Yeah.
Sassy Gay Friend. I have seen those Shakespeare videos. Yeah, I've seen them too.
This is why, Ophelia, I knew it. I was like, if you look at it, it's going to be on YouTube, and they're old YouTube videos, but I remember them being funny. They might not be funny now. I don't know.
Shannon had terrible teachers. I was shaking during a speech in English, and the teacher said, "Stop shaking, it's distracting. Start from the top and do it right." I still remember how hot my face got. Yeah, teachers were actually, well, not all of them. Like, some of them were nice, but I had a few evil teachers that they almost, like to torture kids. Almost like they got into the profession just, like, make a living hell out of, like, a lot of students, and it was kind of sad.
That's crazy.
Yeah, the kind of like power trip that some like, and that's me coming from someone who like works in education. You can very much see when certain professors or teachers at any level feel as though they gain a certain level of power, knowing that they know more than you, or that they can like enact some type of thing. And it's like, no, that's a symptom. That's a physical symptom of anxiety and stress. Like you shouldn't be.
You can't control it. Yeah. And imagine how distracting it is to the person experiencing it. Like, as if, like, yes, I love shaking. I'm nervous, so now I'm not probably doing as good of a job. Like, it's worse on the person experiencing it than the person watching. I work at a science university, and knowing multiplication tables is crucial for calculating while handling chemicals, but now it's not taught, and it's a problem. Okay, this is a good point. So thank you for mentioning that. Yeah, that would be very crucial. I feel like it depends. Again, it always depends on what you're going into, right? And that's what's about high school. It's like you're just all learning the same thing generally, rather than like anything. Well, I guess Nell, you were in more of a specific like, but usual high school is like
school isn't like that.
And it's also like dependent on the fact where, like, I know in other countries, like in Europe, in certain European countries, they do already kind of start splitting people off. Like when I, like in Belgium, they had like those who were in like literature, language, the arts would go to one high school, and then those who were interested in STEM would go to a different one. And then, but like the one kind of, I guess, problem with it is if you went to this high school realizing you're like, I actually don't want to be in STEM, or I actually don't want to be in literature and language, then oftentimes they would do like a pre-undergrad program where you'd have to take college for like an extra year to just like kind of catch up and see if you can handle things. It's also not as hard because their colleges tend to only be 3 years though. So there's whereas us thinking like it's 4 years, and on top of how expensive college is in both US and in Canada, like it's like, whereas in Belgium, I remember it was about something like 1,000 to 2,000 euros a year for a full-time undergrad.
I mean, back when I went, it was way cheaper than now. Like, I've looked at the prices, not that I'm going back, but like I looked at the prices and I'm like, that is literally triple.
I have not looked at what my school charges now.
It's bad. Like, I mean, my program was only for the actual tuition, it was only a couple thousand, but then you have the textbooks. And I think everything's digital now. But at the time, like, you had to buy textbooks and all this other stuff. But like, it was like, I think like it was definitely under 10,000, and now it's like ridiculous.
Wow.
So
can't relate.
Nope.
Ours was easily like 20,000 a year.
Yeah,
Mhm.
now it would be, but like when I went, like it was under the 10,000 for sure. I think it was like 8,000. But again, like I didn't move for school, so I went to school in my hometown. I know a lot of people have the extra expenses when they move. Like I
Yes.
was lucky enough to live with my parents at that time, and I didn't have to like, like go to residence or anything like that. So people who are like paying for that too, it's like ridiculously priced.
Mm-hmm.
And people are still paying off loans like 10, 15, 20 years later.
Yep.
Yeah. Like, here we are. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and our student loans are just kicking back in too this past like few months, which is just like, oh, I like interesting how, I was living this very normal life. And it was like, oh, this is lovely. I am living comfortably, not too crazy. Whereas now I'm like, the back on the saddle when I'm like pinching things together to make sure that I can pay those monthly bills. And
Yeah,
here
I
we are.
know. It's crazy.
Yeah. Ending on a high note, guys. Good job.
Loans, life sucks.
Yep.
All right, I'm at the end of the comments. So thank you everyone for joining. Thank you, Leandra and Nell, for joining. Nell, you have sprint tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Yep.
I think that's it who's sprinting clue-wise tomorrow. Leandra, do you have anything coming up?
I have sprints on Monday evening, but there's definitely a bunch of sprints in between there that we have.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I think that what is on Sunday, I think it's Bree and Nicole. So after now, then we have them. And so I think that's the weekend.
Yeah. Oh, I just remembered. So tomorrow, Saturday, 7 p.m. EST, we're doing that like risque reads when we read this kind of odd smut on KU. Last time we did an orc smut book. This one we're doing Thanksgiving theme. So that'll be entertaining. Everyone loves them. So I mean, they're a good time.
Yeah, and you got friends to enjoy it with.
Yeah, the reason we picked the book this time, Brittany gave 4 options. And I was like, that one has the worst reviews. Let's do that. Because the worst reviews are usually the most like fun.
Yeah.
So I'm like, we're literally doing it for fun. This is not going to be like a 5-star book. Like I'd be very shocked. So that'll be a good time. All right. Thank you everyone for coming by. Thank you. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye.